Commissioner May, if we could begin with the CRA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Escambia County Redevelopment Agency regular meeting July 10th, 2025, 5:27 p.m. Please turn your cell phone to vibrate, silence, or the off setting. The Board of County Commissioners allows any person to speak regarding an item on the agenda. The speaker is limited to 2 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairman to allow for sufficient time for other speakers. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or any conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Was there proof of publication?
Yes, the CRA meeting was published in the Pensacola News Journal, July 3rd, 2025.
Thank you so much. Do we have any speakers for public forum?
No speakers.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we'll just go right into the technical and public service consent agenda.
Yes, we have a recommendation concerning Community Redevelopment Agency meeting minutes, June 5th, 2025.
Chair will entertain a motion for the adoption. We have a motion. Second. Please vote by raising your hand. That passes unanimous. Thank you so much. Budget, finance.
Yes, there are four for your approval. First one is recommendation concerning residential improvement grant program funding and lien agreements. Second one is recommendation concerning the cancellation of residential rehab grant program liens. The third is recommendation concerning rescinding the residential improvement grant program funding and lien agreement for property located at 602 McCarroll Road. And the fourth one is recommendation concerning rescinding the residential improvement grant program funding and lien agreement for property located at 11 Northwest Gillian Road.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion. Sir, we have a motion. Second. Please vote. That passes unanimous. Thank you so much. We have anything else?
No discussion.
So, Chairman Kohler, I thank you, and I think you brought this up in our joint city council meeting, particularly what's happening at the legislature with CRA dollars. And I think through this process, we've kind of learned, I think we'll have more discussion tonight as we talk about taxes, but, we're at 75% in our CRA, and the city's at 95 CRA, and, those TIFs are the only funding mechanism really to address the blight, poverty, and things that we have in our district. So, I think that we should make sure that we are paying attention to what happens in the next session on our CRAs.
I agree with that, and once there's some of the dollars are bonded out, just like what we talked about with the Bay Center, it's grandfathered in for a lengthy amount of time. So it does affect the mission of the county as a whole, but I agree with you, and I don't like the ratios. I've said that before. I think they should be even across the state, but I agree.
But what we could do is go bond CRA dollars and it'll be locked in. Is there any other discussion for the good of the order? If not, we stand adjourned. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, turn it in your hands.
Yep. Okay, we'll move right into the Board of County Commissioner meeting. Obviously, we have to read this just for public purposes, but the Board of County Commission meeting allows any person to speak up to 3 minutes unless at other time otherwise determined by the chair to allow sufficient time for all speakers. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or the conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. This meeting is in order. Commissioner Hofberger, you have the invocation this evening.
Yes, if Pastor Craig from Marcus Point will come up and lead us in prayer. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We appreciate you.
Please.
Let us pray. God, we pause today to invite you into this meeting. We know that real leadership is hard, and we cannot do it without you. We thank you for this county that we call home and for the people who have stepped up to lead it. Lord, I pray for these commissioners right now. Would you give them the wisdom and integrity of Joseph? Help them to see clearly what needs to be done, even when the way forward isn't obvious. Give them honest hearts to stay true to what is right, so that the people of Escambia County can trust them completely. I also ask that you would give them Daniel's refusal to compromise. When there's pressure to cut corners or go along with something they know isn't right, give them the strength to stand firm. Let them be known as leaders who don't waver from their values no matter what. God, would you bless them with Nehemiah's strategic leadership? Help them not just to see the problems, but to find real solution. Give them the ability to plan well, organize people, and inspire cooperation so that real progress can be made for everyone who lives here. And finally, Lord, please fill them with Esther's courage to do what is right, even when it may cost them personally. Give them the boldness to speak up, to make tough decisions, and to protect those who cannot protect themselves. help them choose what is good over what is easy. We also pray that today's meeting would be marked with respect and civility. May we keep with listening to each other, keep anger and pride out of the room, and replace it with patience, understanding, teamwork. God, we just ask your blessing over Escambia County. Watch over our families, our neighborhoods, our businesses, our schools. Bring hope and healing where there is hurt. Prosper us not just with money or with growth, but with real community and love for one another. We ask all of this because we know you care about us. We know that you see us, and we know that you want us to do well. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior, amen.
Amen. Mr. Administrator, will you lead us in the pledge tonight? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Wes. Okay. Commissioner Barry, are there any items you'd like to add to the agenda?
No, sir.
Commissioner May?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have anything that I want to add to the agenda, but I do have a clarification. I know that we're discussing putting back on the ballot for appointed versus elected superintendent. Are we discussing that tonight?
It's, Madam Attorney, it's a discussion item tonight.
It's on the county attorney's report.
Is there a way, is it time sensitive that we
No.
have to do?
No, we have you all have until the end of May 2026, according to the supervisor of elections, to make your final vote on an ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, I've just heard from multiple citizens and stakeholders as it relates to this item, and we have more than a year, and obviously the amount of people that we have here in the audience today, we're going to be here for a long night. That's going to be a sensitive and a long talk issue. I would ask that we drop that and bring that back at a later date.
If the board's okay with that, I'd do it, but I'd just like to make a comment. Commissioner Hopper, did I say that you're okay with that as well?
I said I would second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any
Hopper.
other comments from the board? The only thing is that, obviously, we have to put it on the ballot, and I think that, I've sat down with Allison on this. There's 3 COAs, maybe 4, but I do think there should be more public discussion, so I support that. Commissioner Berry?
Whatever the board would like to do. I mean, the statute is pretty clear that the board shall put it on the ballot, so I don't really know what the controversy is, but, I mean, if there's issues with it, it should go, they should be addressing it at the school board, not at our board. I mean, that's, we were asked in the boxes were checked in the appropriate way to, ours is just a ministerial function in this matter, where we were asked to put it on a ballot, and the statute says we shall put it on a ballot. I don't really know what the contention is, but.
I think just the decision space is what Commissioner May is asking for, but I'm either way on this.
Well, if the law is the law, I mean, we should abide by the law, and if it says shall, then it's going to be shall, and it's going to be on there. I know there's been questions. If it would do no harm or no foul, Commissioner Berry, I still would like to bring it back. But if and I would ask Madam Counselor, is this just, whether we voted or not, it shall be put on the ballot, right? That's your legal position of this?
Unless the school board changes its mind, you are obligated to put it on a ballot. I don't think.
So constitutionally, we have to put it on the ballot.
You have to put it on a ballot. There's no question about that. I don't believe they have so far checked every precondition under the statute, and they've asked that you put it on next August's ballot.
And Commissioner May, one of my concerns was with this, and talk with Al, say the board, I don't know where people stand on this, honestly, but say we didn't put it on the ballot, and then the school board, Allison, as you shared with me, and I'm going to kind of put you on the spot here if you don't mind, she believes that we could potentially go into a legal suit where we would lose and still have to put it on the ballot. Is that correct, what you told me? I just want you that.
Now, a couple of us were on here when it was put on the ballot the first time. It was put on the ballot the first time in the same manner that this is being requested again. We put it on the ballot as a board to vote whether our community wanted to have an elected or an appointed superintendent.
Yeah.
We were asked to do that by the school board in the same manner. We did that at that time. I've heard some of the rancor about it as well, but I don't understand it because it's not, there are plenty of reasons to lobby our board to lobby our board against something that statutorily says we shall do it, I don't see what the.
Well, I don't want to
see
get in a
how that's a good
lawsuit, I
use
can
of
tell you
somebody's
that. I have
time.
no interest in
Well,
that.
we're over for the season for lawsuits, so I mean, I don't want a lawsuit either. And so, Commissioner Berry, I think I hear what you're saying, and our council is saying that it's statutorily required. If that's the way it is, that's just the way it is. Quite frankly, I don't even know why we're voting on it. I mean, if the law says the law that you got to put it on, it should be on.
The
So-
actual vote for tonight is to schedule a public hearing on an ordinance that will address this for August the 7th. That's what's.
We don't have an ordinance at this time?
We have an ordinance, but we have to advertise it, and we have to get you all to tell us to advertise it. So it's on here to schedule it for August the 7th. I was looking for direction from the board that you were in agreement with the school board recommendation for putting it on the primary ballot.
Commissioner
which
May,
is
are you asking
August.
for like a 30, 60, 90? How long a delay are you recommending?
Candidly, I don't care. I mean, because if it's the law, it's just the law. But I think that, people ask for it to have further discussion. This is the first that I'm hearing that it is the law. I mean, sometimes it gets so gray, not black and white. This is the first time I've heard that we have to do it, and then we have to do it. We just have to do it. I mean, if that's what it is, if that's what Madam Attorney is advising, that statutorily we're required to do it, and I don't necessarily say we have to do it tonight, but if we have to do it, we have to do it. And that's a clear indication, because I'm sure there's other referendums that are going to be coming, things that are going to get placed back on the ballot. So I want to be careful how we set that precedent, but, I'm never going against the will of the people to vote for what they want.
Okay. Commissioner Stroberg, and then I'll just go down the line. Commissioner Stroberg?
Yeah, I don't know what a delay is going to accomplish, because, the discussion's going to happen afterwards. Our only decision is to put it on the ballot, and it sounds like that's the only decision we really can make.
Okay, Commissioner Hopper?
I would recommend, and I know that your opinion on this has been different than the legal counsel for the school board, that we would put it on a general ballot, because so many more people turn out for a general election than a primary election. So if the goal of the board is really to make sure our communities are heard, I want to make sure that everyone has the ability to do that, and it's an election where people turn out for.
That wasn't the recommendation, was to put it on the primary by the school board, wasn't it, Allison?
The school board voted that it go on the primary ballot, which is next August. That is what they have sent to us.
And so even if we are required to put it on statutorily, there's a reason why they want it on the primary and not the general.
Right, but Allison, you said earlier you felt like we had the ability to choose which ballot.
Yes, so I am of the opinion that you are obligated by statute to put it on a ballot. I believe that you do have some legal discretion as to which ballot, but the school board has very clearly requested that it be on the primary ballot, which is the middle of August of next year. And today, the school board council did provide authority that she thinks supports the position that we are obligated to do as they've requested, because they've given so much timely notice about what they're requesting, that there's no time crunch, so we should be doing exactly as they request. I do still believe that legally there is some discretion there, but clearly what the school board has requested is to put it on the primary ballot.
So when I talked to Robert Bender yesterday, he echoed what you just said. Should we table this to schedule the hearing until we can have Robert speak as to, can we put it on the ballot, or is that in your purview? I just don't know how that operates.
So I would say that, I have spoken with Supervisor Bender, and I do believe that he and I are on the same page with regards to that issue. My advice to you would be that the route that would have the least legal risk would be to put it on the primary ballot, just as requested by the school board. If the board has a significant interest in not doing that and placing it on another ballot, I believe that is within your discretion. I just need to know what to notice for purposes of the ordinance when we schedule the hearing for the ordinance, which based on your agenda tonight, would be scheduling that for August 7th. But again, Supervisor Bender has said as long as you guys complete final vote on that ordinance by the last meeting in May of 2026, he is fine with regards to ballot preparation.
I'll tell you where I feel, and I don't, Allison, I guess would 30 days matter, because we got till
No.
May, and then that'll give us enough time that the public opinion can inject more, both with us and the school board. Would the board be willing to live with that? Is that is that okay, Steve, Barry, Commissioner
Sure,
Barry?
yeah, hey, that's fine.
I'm just trying to get, I didn't see this coming.
No,
This is what
I just-
we're really
and Commissioner Berry, I did not know that it was statutorily
Yeah.
required, and I'm glad for a point of clarification, but there has to be more discussion. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, but I don't-
because, I mean,
But it's not our discussion. That's
no,
the
it's not,
only
no,
thing.
no,
I
no,
mean,
hold.
It's
I
not
mean,
our discussion.
It's not our discussion.
We've got plenty of problems.
Yeah,
I don't
we got
think
a
we
lot.
have to take this one on.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of
Well,
problems.
we're gonna have more than nine.
We don't have enough.
No, but something, if we're not out here by 7, we're gonna create some more. But, you know, fundamentally, Commissioner Berry, for me, you know, statutory, it needs to go on, but Steve, I'd like to have more discussion, because we're gonna put something on a primary ballot, and quite frankly, that's gonna be a partisan primary. I mean, because generally, you don't have all parties represented in the primaries. And, you know, if we're going to talk about getting everybody an opportunity to vote, and we're going to take something and put it in a primary election and not put it in a general election, you're going to exclude quite a few people of voting. So, you know, I'm good, Steve, with putting it statutorily. If you're good with 30 days and bring it back and get it, I'm fine with that. But I would want to have more conversation with the school board. And, you know, it's kind of like, you're bringing it to me to vote on it, but you say I have all the responsibility and no authority. Well, that's not a good vote. I mean, that's not the type of vote I'm going to take, that I
Yeah,
have
it comes
the
across as an
responsibility and I have no
administrative
authority.
task. I get it.
So if Allison could check that out and tell us if we are required to put it on that primary or not, that would be a good question for us before we rubber stamp whatever we got to rubber stamp.
Do we need to take a vote to put on August, or can we drop it and
I
just
can
have it on the record?
We can just drop the item from the agenda for tonight.
Just when we get to it, it's fine.
Yeah, when we get to it.
Okay.
I just want to have a
All right.
discussion. And listen, if y'all want to discuss it tonight, I'm
I
fine.
think, yeah. Hey, I don't want to hear you want to get out here early tonight.
Oh, no. I'm going to be here all night.
All right, Commissioner May, now we're up, any other items on the agenda? Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
Commissioner Stroberger?
No.
No, sir.
Okay, I don't either. Commissioner Berry, we're at Commissioner Forum?
Move to adopt the agenda as
Oh, yeah, sorry about
amended.
that.
So,
Motion, were you second? Yeah, please vote. Sorry about that. Motion passes 5-0. Now we're at Commission Forum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief and with respect to all the folks that we have in the chambers this evening. But first, I want to send thoughts and prayers out to a classmate. There was a classmate of mine and a school board member, Tom Harrell's son, Steve. A classmate of ours passed away over the weekend, Orban Albritton, and I want to send prayers and thoughts to his family and his family as well as his children. Just a tragic circumstance, and very sorry to hear that. As well as the friends and family and loved ones of Michael Johnson. The service for him this afternoon, and in a small event this afternoon down the street from us. His brother Larry Johnson, many of us knew from the city council and being very involved in city affairs for years, and Mike and his family, and I believe his mother's still alive, and you certainly send prayers out to them. You know, it's no matter your age, to lose your child is not is just a terrible circumstance, and it was a very quick event, very sudden passing. It was just a tragic circumstance, and leaving daughters and sons-in-law and grandchildren behind, and it's just very sorry for Mike and his family.
Thank you, Commissioner Berry. Commissioner May?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Berry, you didn't talk about Mike's mom at Jay's Bakery, the way she would take care of all of us with sweets. But being an old coach, had a lot of opportunities of being on baseball fields with Mike, and he made a significant difference in the lives of children. And speaking of people who make significant contributions to the lives of children, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you last night for being a part of the prayer vigil for my dear friend John Powell for the Truth of You. Unfortunate, unexpected circumstances. It's odd that we'll be discussing Children's Trust today after a guy that dedicated his entire life to nothing but children each and every day. And just on the phone before we walked in with his family and friends, and he's been moved down now, and we're just praying the best for Reverend Powell and all the friends of the Belmont, the Villas area, the Truth for Youth, and there's probably not a child, now an adult, that hadn't went to a lock-in. Our son and I was talking about all the good times of the lock-ins at the Civic Center. Many African-American children know how to swim because of Reverend Powell taking them to Corey Station to learn how to swim, and so our prayers and thoughts are with him. And again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for being with us. On a brighter note, I know we had birthdays. Commissioner Stroberger, thanks for, the cake at your birthday and inviting me to the party. And also, I know, I usually don't go to Republican parties anyway, so that's why I went to Audrey's party, my aide party today, and I want to congratulate her because her birthday is today, so happy birthday to Audrey as well.
Happy birthday, Audrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Commissioner Stroberger?
Wreaths across America. So if you don't know this, our Kiwanis Club here, there's a Kiwanis Club that's in Perdido Key, and Kiwanis provides more wreaths. They actually put more wreaths on grave sites here at Barrancas than anywhere else in the country. This is the #1 place. But I don't think that we even put wreaths on half of the gravestones. So there's like 60,000, more than 60,000 people, Americans, military members buried there. And we don't do that. We still aren't doing enough. But we can do more. So I just want to push for that. That's coming in December. And I'm going to talk about it more and more as we get closer. One other thing is I had what I call the safety stand down last Monday. It was a town hall. It was last Monday. And I think there was some misinterpretation about the monitoring data on Sorrento Road. And the sheriff did not have an interpretation except for he just gave the data. And he said that 94% of the automobiles are driving under the speed limit. And he said that drugs and alcohol are the major reason, and I don't dispute that. We talked about that before we came to the town hall. However, at least twice a day and all weekend, every weekend, is gridlock on Sorrento Road. So while it sounds like good news that 94% of the vehicles are doing under the speed limit, there's a reason. It's because Sorrento Road is a parking lot during the day. And if you live out there, everybody's got to do 3 miles per hour. So everybody's doing under the speed limit. Everybody understands that if you live out there. So the 6 cars that are not doing the speed limit out of the 100 are doing greater than the speed limit. They're probably doing that at the most dangerous times, which is at night. I think I mentioned that someone had emailed me and said that he was doing 80 miles on Sorrento and was passed by somebody. So alcohol, speed, you can call it whatever you want. It's dangerous out there at night. There's deer grazing. There's people that have been drinking, people that are texting. Like I said, it's dark. The road is very narrow. It's built for 60 miles per hour. That's what FDOT told me, 60 miles per hour. It's not built for 65 or 80 or anything higher than that. So I would still encourage everyone to exercise caution when they drive out there, no matter what influence you may be under. There are people that are not looking out for your safety, so you got to watch out for them. All right, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hoffberger?
Good evening, everyone, and I want to start by thanking each one of you for being here today. Whether you're joining us in person or online, thank you for your time and your involvement. It does make a difference. I want to thank the many individuals who have signed up to speak. We appreciate you taking the time to be heard and be engaged in the decisions that are being made in your community. Today's meeting has over 57 items on the agenda, and while there's a lot to cover, there are several things that I want to take the time to celebrate. First, we're taking a big step forward for public safety, especially in District 2, where we're moving ahead to acquire property for a much-needed fire station. This is a major win for response times and for the families in that part of our community. We are also, of course, in the middle of Blue Angels Week. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to stop by the command center that is stationed on Pensacola Beach, and I saw firsthand the coordination that is taking place behind the scenes. A huge shout out to our team at Public Safety and all the departments involved. Your preparation ensures our residents and visitors can enjoy one of the most iconic weekends that Pensacola has to offer. I also want to take a moment to recognize our Human Resources Department. There are several agenda items today that are based around employee benefits, and it's a good reminder that Escambia County is a wonderful place to work. We have over 300 open positions, and so if you're looking for a place where you can serve your community and grow your career, check us out. With that, I hope that we can have a lively, productive, and respectful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hopper. Couple things, and actually, I want to augment what you said, the thing with waste management on Gulf Beach Highway. We're actually finalizing the Navy project on Bower Road tonight as well, so probably ought to thank the Navy for giving us that land for free, and that's in Commissioner Strober's district, and that's a big deal for us. I want to start out, last week, several of us went to Florida Association of Counties, and I need to thank my fellow commissioners in Santa Rosa and Okaloosa as well. They whenever someone reaches out and asks you to continue in a job, you shouldn't take it lightly, and I appreciate both of those bodies voting me in to be the Florida Association of Counties Board of District 1 representative for the next 2 years. So I want to thank those. I was very kind to them to do that. I don't know if it was by default or no one wanted the job, but it's a good job. Todd, are you here? Todd Humble? Okay, I don't see Todd, but I want to thank Todd. Yesterday, we were over in District 2 in Tranquil Villas. It's a 55-plus community, and he came out there to talk about library services. And, when you get to know some of what the staff does, you start to realize, the backstory behind them. Of course, I didn't know he worked for a police department. And then they took someone down that was a killer as a librarian, but he has a neat story. But the story that he shared with these seniors was all the things that we do in library services that can be supported. And it was very meaningful, Wes, and they're very grateful for what the county's doing with library services. So I didn't see him, but I just wanted to thank him for that. And Debbie Bowers, wow, the thing getting that on waste management after our talk this week, great work. That's a go-getter job, and I just can't thank you enough. I appreciate your hard work on that. I really, not to say I'm not ever surprised, but you got it out very quickly, and I appreciate that. I also want to thank Mike Rhodes. I think he sits in the back. The work that the Parks and Recs are doing over in Elixon Terrace. I was out there last night with BioChico Association, and a lot of good stuff going on, but that park's getting better all the time, and your crew should be grateful for that. We talked just a second about Pastor Powell, because sometimes things happen and later on down the road you don't know why. I didn't know Pastor Powell that well. I met him through a guy named Mike Estejak. Pastor Powell used to take kids up to Selma for Black Sunday. And he met my friend Mike Estejak that does Jumbotrons. I met him through Rock and Fly, that long before I was ever in this, I was still in the Navy. And he'd come down and we'd do a road race, and that was part of the road race. And after the road race, we'd go down to Pastor Powell's church, and we'd play kids' movies for the kids. And it happened every Saturday night after Rock and Fly. And that's how I met him. And he was a good man, Lumen, and it was a very special night last night. And when things like this happen with leaders or communities or family, I've learned as a nurse, it's not just about what's going on there. It's also about how we re-challenge ourselves and recalibrate ourselves and look at things. So last night, the people that were there, that was very good. The joint meeting this morning, I thought went really well, and I appreciate everyone's support. I know we got some do-outs on that after we get the design back, but I want to thank everyone for that. Obviously, the Blue Angel Show that Commissioner Hopperker mentioned, we're fortunate to have 2 of those in Escambia County a year. No one else has that. They're an icon for our community. We can never lose them. We all need to fight for the base and the Blue Angels and everything that makes our community great. And the last thing, I don't want to get into city business, but I just want to make a comment about Chief Randall. I was a friend of Chief Randall. He was a sailor. I don't know what happened. I liked him as a friend, and I just want to know, as a sailor, fair winds and falling seas, shipmate, I wish you the best. And that's all I have.
Mr. Chairman, if I could?
Yes,
I just want to
please.
echo Commissioner Hoffberger as well. All the staff we have out on Pensacola Beach, for Public Works, EMS, fire, water safety, it takes everybody to man that show out there. They do a fantastic job. I just want to say I appreciate them. And if you go into the Blues this weekend, bring plenty of water, plenty of Gatorade, and plenty of patience, and enjoy the show. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner May, go ahead.
I had to poke you for a little bit. I never made it to Selma on Black Sunday. I did go on Bloody Sunday a couple times. Did I say? It was on your mind. Don't worry about it. It's a Republican thing. It's Black Sunday.
Hey, man, I make mistakes too, and I'll own it.
No, but, Mr. Chairman, in all seriousness, I do want to thank Claire Long and Ms. Carter and our human services staff. I had the opportunity to go around, even within your district at Lexington, watching these summer interns mentor, play games, and work with the kids throughout the summer and putting on a performance. And it really meant a lot to see young people mentoring young people, and the extra effort that the staff gave on yesterday by going to every center and making sure every child was included. I want to thank all of our summer programs. I mean, I think Claire is busted at the seams. 1,700 people applying for summer youth, and 700 children in our summer programs from all of our districts. A great thanks to the staff, because they did a great job, and I'm always emotional when there are children involved, and it was just great to see them.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner May. Sorry for that mistake. Hey,
I'm just joking, man. You're okay.
It's all good. Hey, I make so many mistakes. I just own them all the time. Hey, Glenn Conrad, if you could come on up to the podium, I want to present something to you, if you don't mind. I don't know if some of the folks in the room know that we have several governing bodies that make recommendations for the board. And Glenn's been on the Marine Advisory Committee for last 4 to 5 years, right? And he has to resign because of some personal issues. I don't want to get into that. But he picked a good guy for his replacement. I think Barry's here. If Barry wants to raise his hand, I think Barry. But I think it's important when we have citizens that volunteer their time to serve on committees in the county, no matter where they fall, we should recognize them and applaud them for their service. And Glenn's done that on the MAC, and I appreciate the information that he's given to me. So I wish you the best, Glenn, and thank you for what you did on the Marine Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Want to say anything, Glenn?
I'll be very brief.
Okay,
You have a busy night. I'll just tell you this. It's been a pleasure to serve on this committee. It's a great bunch of people, and even the county staff that supports us too. Felicia and Teresa, wonderful people to have working for you. And we're very fortunate to have groups like this, and particularly the Marine Advisory Committee. And I'll just end with, if you've never been to one of our meetings, they're a lot shorter than these. You should go. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. People like long meetings. Okay. Team, do I have a motion to adopt the proclamations this evening?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. We have a proclamation for Karen Barkley. Would Karen Barkley come on up? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and county board members, it gives me great pleasure to stand before you tonight to recognize Karen Barkley, Director's Aide in the Information Technology Department. I'd like to read the proclamation. We have several members of the department who I'd like them to come up after I read the proclamation and can join in celebrating Karen's selection. Whereas Escambia County has established an Employee of the Month program to recognize one employee to represent various departments. And whereas Karen Barkley, Director's Aide in the Information Technology Department, began her employment with the county on June 19, 2018, and is selected as Employee of the Month for July 2025 for the standards of excellence she displays in the performance of her duties. And whereas Karen started her career with Escambia County as an administrative assistant in county administration and was promoted to director's aide for the Information Technology Department in May 2020. Whereas in her role as director's aide, Karen has become a pivotal force in the improvement of the Information Technology Department's administrative functions by streamlining processes, establishing operational procedures, and contributing to the overall efficiency of each division. Whereas Karen has become a source of institutional knowledge for all operational matters while fostering and uplifting morale within the department by organizing special employee events, maintaining a social events calendar, offering her willingness to listen and collaborate in the resolution of challenges as a team, and promoting a productive and supporting work environment. And whereas the exemplary performance Karen displays in her duties goes beyond her role within her assigned department, as she serves as a lead in the Citizens Information Center during emergency events and volunteers her time in various activities organized by the county and community partners such as United Way Day of Caring and many others. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, hereby commends and congratulates Ms. Karen Barkley in her selection as Employee of the Month for July 2025. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Michael S. Kohler, Chair, District 2, Ashley Hoffberger, Vice Chair, District 4, Steve Stroberger, District 1, Lumen J. May, District 3, Stephen Berry, District 5. Congratulations. Karen also receives a pendant and it looks like a pin. So I'll just have the rest of the department who's here tonight come join us. Karen, would you have any words you'd like to share?
Not really, my armpits are sweaty. But I just want to thank everybody that I've been in contact, because I've met all of you. I've actually worked with Stephen Berry on a lot of stuff, so. And Commissioner May, I helped you guys, and so I just want to thank everybody and then my whole team. So, thank you, and thank God.
Commissioner Berry, you want to say something?
Yeah, so if I'm...
He just wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, so I am probably not, the commissioner has the most flair or you know, the most, you know, outgoing and festive person, I guess, probably. But if you go downstairs during the Halloween season, I mean, it's about a 6-week season, or you know, it's a whole season. It's not a day or two. It's it'll really get you in the mood, even if that's not your thing. It's a neat environment. I was shocked a few years ago when I went down. I thought, wow.
We're going to make it a little bit different this year, because all my guys are going to stay at home this year. We're going to keep them at home. So.
Corn, I want to thank you as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Corn, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I know Commissioner Berry and I have been around a little while, but Corn, your smile, just the way you welcome people, even before you moved to the other department, being at the desk, I always appreciated you and continue to appreciate you. You're the perfect example of a public servant. So thank you for being a great public
Thank you.
servant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Y'all had to come today.
You may have to take over, thank you, congratulations. We're up to written communication, 8.1. We have one speaker, Ms. Joanne Rhodes. Would you like to come up? And Tim or Chips, was someone from Code willing to talk after this individual shares their comments?
Commissioner Carter, is this your district?
It is. One was dropped, and this is a new one. Yes, welcome, ma'am. is that, there you go. You hit it's on now, the red light's on. Thank
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Joanne Rhodes, and I'm here to discuss the property that my grandfather left me, Aubrey Ross. He passed away 16 September 1993 and left me this property. I was only 14 years old, and I learned last year that this property had liens on it. The liens are 2005 and 2007. So whenever I get the notice for violations, I make sure that I get the property cleaned up. As of now, I spent up to $2,200 to get the property cleaned up. I am in the United States Army, and I have been since 2005. I am currently stationed in Kaiserslautern, Germany, and that's all I have. Yeah.
Well, that's fine. So you said this property was turned over to you when you were 14 years old?
14.
Is that even possible?
Well, it's not legal.
Yeah.
But I didn't really get it until I was 18, so it was
So for those 4 years, was it just abandoned?
somewhat. So my cousin, Caesar Ross, who is deceased right now, he was in charge of it. But I don't know what happened. I don't.
So then after he passed, then you got involved with the property?
Roger.
Okay.
So-
Chips, do we have any, where are we at?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll yield to you in your district, but, I mean, the abatement costs are not
I
very
know.
much.
I think, I just want to make sure it's in compliance, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
And I think I will be at the same landing.
Okay, all right.
It is in compliance now? Okay, so that's good to know. Ms. Rhodes, so you're stationed there, who will be managing the property when you're?
My husband and my sons.
Okay, that's good to know, because I know sometimes military folks leave, and then that's a black eye on the
Yes, sir.
community. So-
Yes, sir.
So here's what I'm going to recommend. There's certain things that we have to make you pay. The situation, I appreciate you come down, and thank you for your service in the Army.
Thank you.
I would recommend the court cost and the abatement cost has to be paid, which will be a little over $2,100, it looks like. And if the board's okay, I would waive the rest.
Yeah, so you're going to waive, so we be clear, you'll waive the.
Administrative
what's
fees.
The $72,150.
If we can, just to clarify, because there are two separate properties, they each had an abatement and they each had a court cost.
Mike,
so-
the total hard cost is $4,200 for both parcels.
Is that what it is?
Maybe I'm looking at something right. It's 42?
Yeah, there was a $550 court cost for each of the two cases, and then there was a $1,650 abatement on one and a $1,450 abatement on the other. for
Okay,
a
the
total of-
document I'm looking at doesn't have that, but if you say that, I'll.
It's on the third page, part
Okay.
2.
for a
So you
total
say
of
it's how much, 40?
$4,200 in hard costs, that's the abatement plus the court costs. There's a total of $84,450 in fines that accumulated on both properties combined.
Oh, but the hard cost, does that include the abatement for $1,450 on top of that?
Yeah, that's for one of the properties. The other
Included.
property had a $1,650 abatement.
So give me the total.
$4,200 in hard costs
Okay.
and a total of accumulated fines for $84,450.
Yeah, I'm not interested in administrative fee. I want the court costs and abatement costs on both properties total.
So whenever you're ready, I'll move that motion.
$4,200, Mike.
It's
Okay.
42, total $4,200
Okay.
is out of cost pocket. So, I mean, if you want to pass the gavel
Yeah.
and move it, or I'm happy to move it for you.
Yeah, if you'll move it, I appreciate that.
And you have someone that's upkeeping the property now. and
Yes, sir.
You're not going to have any more problems.
No more
All right,
problems.
thanks. Mr. Chairman, Allison, the total administrative fine would be $72,150, right? Because I just want to get the motion right, Mike.
That's
no,
on
I'm
only
not-
one parcel.
So
There
what's the
was-
total of the
The
administrative?
total fines are $84,450.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that we waive the $84,550 and keep the $4,200 hard cost to be paid. Can you pay it in 30 days, or can you?
I can pay it tomorrow.
That can be paid in 30 days.
All right, second.
Go Army.
Second.
Poor.
Yeah, and I know, and I would normally not say that, I'm a sailor. Please vote. Commissioner, all right, motion passes 5-0. Thank
Thank you,
you,
Mr.
and I
Chairman.
wish you the
Thank you.
best. That was a great.
I've never seen someone get applause for getting wet. Yeah, I've never seen that.
Hey, man, Army's all about real estate, man. That's what they do. All right, we got
Gotta
to move
enjoy
on.
those
We're going to
applause.
have a long night, y'all. Did the clerk's office receive proof of publication for the public hearing on the agenda and the board's weekly meeting schedule?
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office has received all proofs.
Okay, do I have a
Move to
recommend?
waive the reading.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we have multiple speakers on public hearing 5.31, which is a consider of adoption of ordinance to change reference in the Escambia County Code ordinance from Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Our first speaker is Keith Bowe.
I appreciate your giving me a chance to speak on this. I don't think we really have a choice. We just need to get it done. It is the Gulf of America.
All right, order. We're going to respect
And
each
it's-
other's comments tonight.
It's been duly passed not only by the President of the United States, but by the Governor of Florida, and we just need to recognize it in all publications and signage. This has to do with where Biden primarily banned offshore drilling in 625 million acres of ocean, which makes it difficult with the name changes, makes it difficult in all these bodies of water. As far as the Gulf of America is concerned, this was proactive on Trump's part to make it the Gulf of America. It just sidelines the whole issue. We don't know who was in control of Biden's pen at the time, so that's a whole nother issue. But let's just go ahead and get it done. It's the Gulf of America. We need to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Everyone, let's please respect each other's comments tonight. Whether you're for or against anything we do tonight, it's important that we conduct this meeting in an orderly fashion and respect each other as citizens. Joe, Maury, Lisa, you're up next.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just have a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. The first one has to do with a cost estimate of changing the ordinance and also all the signage that will need to be changed, road signage that needs to be changed, if you all support this change in to the Gulf of America. Does anyone have any idea how much it will cost?
I do. I mean, most of the ordinances in West is an administrative function, so it's like anything else. The sign itself was $2,500, and that cost has already been paid. So what we're voting on tonight is not any future costs. It's paperwork changes to match up with the executive order, ma'am.
And what would that cost, the paper changes to the order?
Almost nominal, I believe.
I mean, she has a good question. I mean, so
I don't know the
on
answer to
our
that
item, it says there's
question,
no
but-
fiscal impact. So is there a fiscal impact?
I don't think.
I mean,
it's
that's
different.
what
Like
it says here. It's not a fiscal impact.
Yeah, I don't believe it's a fiscal impact either. So I guess we're answering your question saying we don't believe there's a fiscal impact that would affect this that would be any different than any other change that we would do in an ordinance. Or, for example, when we change chairs, we have to change everything in an ordinance in November that would change to Commissioner Hofberger. We have to do those things, and that's just a staff requirement that we do to maintain normal standard operation procedures here, ma'am.
Well, I think that you should hold another hearing and come back to this audience, hold another public hearing, so that we can get a feel for how much money it will cost. Now, you say there's no impact, but I'd like to see that in black and white. If somebody could supply a report on that. The other question I have is, if y'all are going to vote in favor of that, how long will it take for this to happen? Does anybody have any idea?
I don't even think it will take 2 days.
For all the road signage to be
No,
changed?
we're not talking about road signs here, ma'am. We're talking about basically changing one word on ordinances in the county. We're not talking about road signs. We're talking about basic SOP updates. That's all we're talking about.
Well, that might be on your agenda, but it's not on mine. And I would just like to get an idea, because it didn't make sense to me that you all are going to make all the signage changes and any other changes that need to be made, and it's all going to get done in 2 days. That just makes no sense to me. And I would just like to get a report back on how long you think it might take.
Wes, is there any signage change out on the roads?
Mike Allison's got a comment.
I can explain.
Okay, yeah, please.
So the county has a code of ordinances which is in writing, and it is also on the Muni Code website.
Yes.
Muni Code is our editor. So this is simply an administrative change to the word, and it will be submitted to our editors along with all the other changes that we do during board meetings. And a couple times a year, the editor updates those codes with all of the changes that have happened. So this is just essentially submitting to our editor that we're changing that word. It appeared in about 24 places in our code. It will update those eventually when it gets around to updating our code.
And how long do you think that might be?
It depends on the editor. I would suspect over the next couple of months, but effectively, legally, it happens once the board votes to do it. It just takes our editor a little while to catch up.
Well, you know, in 3.5 years, we're going to have a new president, I hope. And if we have an election. So, you know, and then if the next one comes in and he wants to change it again, so are y'all going to vote? What are we going to do? What's going to happen then? Or what do you think might happen? We're going to be doing this all over again now? You know, it's been like for over 500 years, Gulf of Mexico. And there's so much cultural history behind it. There's so much, I'll just give you an example. Commercial signage that has Gulf of Mexico. Not just road signage, FDOT, not just that, okay? And it just seems to me, in my opinion, is this wrong? It's ridiculous. It makes no sense to me. It's not cost effective. I mean, surely we could put other things on the agenda, like, for example, I would really like to see money go towards getting something done on Sorrento Road that might save some lives. So my time is about up, but I just want to say I don't think y'all should be taking any final votes until we get some answers on the questions I had for you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. I
Mr.
hope we
Chairman.
answered a few things. Yes, Commissioner May.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to the speaker, is there a sign, I don't know if there are signs, I mean, is there a cost, are there signs that are going up, or, I mean, whether,
so.
no, because I don't know what a
Wes, you
sign
said you
is.
didn't believe so, right?
No, okay. No, I'm not, okay.
Okay, Jeff Ferris is up, and then Catherine Harrington. Is Jeff Ferris, sir? Thank you, Jeff. Please come up.
First off, I want to thank all of y'all. I've seen some good business conducted here tonight, and I appreciate whoever was responsible. I can't remember who it was about the Galvez Landing thing and getting that clarified, because we do need more beach overpass and parking out there in Perdido, where I live and have lived for more than 20 years. I don't want to waste your time any more than this particular ordinance already has. I worked in the Gulf of Mexico for about half of my offshore oil career of about 30 some odd years. The rest of the time was spent in various third world countries who would just love to have the kind of prosperity that we have. Not all of them would love that. Some of them would like to see it come down. I think populist ordinances like this do nothing but damage our security. We need to keep things nonpartisan, and you guys do business for us, nonpartisan. We're all here. I have conservative and liberal ideals, and as I'm sure many of you do as well. That's all I got to say, pretty much.
Thank you very much, sir. Catherine Harrington?
By the way, it is the Gulf of Mexico.
If it is to you, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to echo the statements of the gentleman and gentlelady that just spoke earlier as well about keeping this nonpartisan. He spoke about It's 30 years working in the Gulf of Mexico. I am a native, probably one of the rare people that grew up in this area. My first remembrance of my dad and I was him taking me and putting my feet in the Gulf of Mexico. So it has a great personal history to me, but moreover, it has a great history for our region. So one of my questions to you is there a mandate that requires this body to change these ordinances? Because if there's not, I really would appeal to you to consider what it means to our region to be part of the Gulf of Mexico, such an iconic historic body of water. What if we changed the name of our city? All of a sudden somebody said it's not going to be Pensacola anymore. The oldest city in the United States is no longer named Pensacola. Or Escambia County, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, county in the state of Florida. What if somebody decided it was going to now be called Alabama County? Or the state of Florida, the beautiful name of Florida. All of these have their origins in the history of Spain. And that is really what I want to emphasize. If you do not have a mandate to do this, to please consider what it would mean to our community to change it. Imagine, to really bring it home to us today, this is Blue Angel Week. What if all of a sudden they took the name Blue Angel away from us? How would all these people, generations in this region, feel if we were robbed of that name? And that's what I feel is happening, that the Gulf of Mexico is being taken away from those of us who live here, who breathe the air of the Gulf of Mexico, who taste the water. And I would just really beg you as a body, you have the power if you do not have a mandate. And I do understand sometimes there are things you don't have the power to change, such as what you started to talk about with the ballot initiative on the schools. But if you do have the power not to do this, I would urge you, as a matter of history, as a matter of our cultural identity, please don't do this to Escambia County. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And Diane Crummel, is Diane out there? Diane Crummel, oh, hi, Diane. And then Lori Newman's on deck.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners, and I like to say it, the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of Mexico. That I am also a lifelong resident here in Escambia County and grew up on those beaches. And as we're sitting here listening to some of these people talk, you know, in favor of leaving the Gulf of Mexico as it is, can you imagine them renaming Fort Barrancas or the national park, our seaside, Fort Pickens? Is that what's going to come next? I mean, this needs to be a nonpartisan issue, and the current president is making it a partisan issue. I believe that we need to stand strong and keep the name of the Gulf of Mexico as it has always been, and it does. It has a lot of cultural meaning to the people that live here, and it's just part of our heritage. So I'm asking y'all please to leave the name Gulf of Mexico as it is.
Thank you, Diane. Lori Newman, hi, Lori, and Margie Perkerson, and I think Perkerson's up on deck. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, I want to echo the last three speakers, the last four speakers, not the last five, four. Yeah, it is the Gulf of Mexico, should stay the Gulf of Mexico. There's no reason to change it to Gulf of America, because that's not what it is. It's the Gulf of Mexico. It's been that for over 500 years. There's no reason to change it. So just leave it alone, leave it the way it is. It's the Gulf of Mexico.
Thank you. Margie Perkerson and Derek Scott. Margie?
I want you to leave it as the Gulf of Mexico. I've lived here for 25 years, and I've sailed all the way from here to Mexico, and it should be saved, and it should stay the Gulf of Mexico. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Margie. Derek Scott, if Derek Scott would please come up, and then Rob Newman's on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners.
I'm here tonight because I care deeply about our community, our values, and how we spend our limited local resources. With respect, I urge you to not support renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of Mexico on any local government documents. First, let's talk about what this really is. It's a distraction. The name Gulf of Mexico is not a political statement. It is a globally recognized geographic term, just like the Atlantic Ocean or the Mississippi River. Changing it does not make us more American. It just makes us look out of touch and fiscally responsible. Second, this proposal comes with real costs. Updating local maps, signs, official documents, databases, and educational materials is not free. In a time when our citizens are struggling with the cost of living and our infrastructure and public services need investment, this kind of performative politics is not where our taxpayer dollars should go. Third, what message does it send about our priorities? Escambia families want real results: better roads, cleaner water, affordable housing, stronger storm response, and access to good jobs. That's how we show pride in America, by improving the lives of the people who live here. Let's also be honest, changing the name won't affect national policy. It won't improve anyone's daily life, and it doesn't reflect the values of most of the people I talk to across party lines. They want elected officials to lead with common sense, not culture war distractions. In closing, I ask you to vote no on this name change and instead focus on what truly matters to Escambia County families. We can be proud Americans without rewriting our maps. Let's show Florida that this commission puts people over politics and results over rhetoric. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, sir. All right, Rob Newman. Rob Newman. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak for this briefly. First of all, the Gulf of Mexico was discovered some 500 years ago by some brave people who crossed the oceans and discovered it. And it's been named Gulf of Mexico properly since then. If Donald Trump wants a Gulf of Mexico, he needs to go and discover one, and then he can name it. Until then, it needs to stay the Gulf of Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Newman. Judy? Is Judy Newman there? Did you want to speak, ma'am?
Hello, Commissioners.
Will you pull
I
the mic
agree
down?
with
Will you pull the
everybody.
mic down, ma'am? Just pull the mic down so we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. I agree with everybody that's saying that we should keep it the Gulf of Mexico. I don't think there's no reason to change it.
Okay, thank you. Christian Wagley, I see in the back. Christian, come on up. And then Mel, you're on deck.
Good evening, Commissioners. Christian Wagley. I worked in the county's environmental department some years back, but for the last 8 years, I've worked for a group called Healthy Gulf, a nonprofit dedicated to the Gulf of Mexico, working on a variety of water, climate, energy, endangered species issues from Florida over to Texas. I live here, of course, work mostly in this area. You know, I think the point I really wanted to make is that changing the name doesn't fix the problems facing the Gulf. I mean, right now, and this happens every summer, there's a dead zone forming the size of New Jersey off the coast of Louisiana and Texas, and that's from fertilizer runoff, from growing corn in the American Midwest to feed animals and to make ethanol, which doesn't make any financial or environmental sense at all. We have an assault on science right now. The scientists that I work with that do the science that helps us find the problems in the Gulf and find the solutions, including at our own EPA lab right here on Pensacola Beach. That entire facility is on the chopping block. And that's the greatest concentration of brain power in our area, along with the University of West Florida and IHMC, and that is on the chopping block. This renaming doesn't fix that. And the other thing is offshore drilling. I mean, right now the federal government's proposing a dramatic expansion of that in the Gulf of Mexico. It's an industry that causes a tremendous amount of air and water pollution in the Gulf every day, and it's an industry that the federal government permits to kill up to 13,000 sea turtles a year. And these are sea turtles that the county works with, you know, the Sea Turtle Watch and Foundation does groups on Pensacola Beach to try to save, and they're allowing up to 13,000 a year to be killed, and the renaming doesn't fix that. So I just ask you to not lose sight of that, and ask you to continue to try to do good things for the Gulf and things that are more immediately in your control, whether that's taking a position on the EPA lab on the beach, or this board has taken positions over the years, and I've worked with Commissioner Robinson in the past against offshore drilling off of Florida. It's time to do another one, because that's a hot issue right now, and the federal government has said everything is on the table, including areas that were formerly off limits, and that's Florida. So I would ask you to do that. It's typically been the beach commissioner in the past. But anyway, thank you all for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Christian. Mel, you're up, and then Kevin. Kevin, you're on deck.
Thank you, Chairman Kohler. Commissioner Strohberger, you're just going to see what's on top here, but I want to make sure that you understand that your name's on bottom, and Kevin's got your name on top on his T-shirt. How's that advanced compliance working out for you guys? It's not, is it? Now, 3 of you were not here and would not know that for five years ago, Commissioners Barry and May, I stood at this dais and I said DeSantis was going down the checklist of fascism, and I said we're going to end in concentration camps if people didn't stop them and stop being afraid. What are y'all afraid of? Are you afraid that they're going to try to topple a fantastic university with a fantastic leader and destroy it and insert a goon who quite apparently couldn't get into his own accredited university? Are you afraid they're going to take away all of our appropriations? Are you afraid they're going to put $1,000 bounties on immigrants' heads? Are you afraid police are going to start stepping down? Are you afraid that they're going to take away Sheriff Simmons's technology, while the Republican Party purports to be a party of law and order, and I am an MPA. and I'm a real MPA. I'm not a Larry Downs Jr. MPA. That means I'm actually a secret Republican throwing roses at all of their feet. I've never been. I was always an independent before I moved down to the state of Florida, and people said, well, no, you got to be one or the other down here, closed primaries. And I said, there is no such thing as a closed primary. That's got to be illegal. I'm not talking about the whack jobs. I'm talking to the good people. All of you, every single one of you on this day, as I have known all of you now for a really long time. The administrator and the elected officials and the attorney, find yourselves. Find yourselves. You have gone astray. Quit being tired of saying something, because they're going to keep taking it anyway. You can keep appeasing, and they're going to keep taking it anyway. I don't know why everything comes now twice on the agenda. I'm going to stop complaining about it, because I like to talk, so I talked about this the last time too. And I ended it on stop being Trumpville, and let's all come together and be Pensacola again. We used to be Pensacola. Let's be Pensacola again.
Thank you, Mel. Kevin, come on up. You're up.
Kevin Wade, 413 Southeast Boblets. Don't give in. This is ridiculous. This is on the line of like stolen valor. We didn't conquer the Gulf of Mexico. We didn't go ahead and discover the Gulf of Mexico. It's a body of water. Yeah, it's got a name. Great. Don't change it. There's to the idea of giving the kind of disconnect that some people are just frothing at the mouth to continue to have weird little disconnects so that they can keep not believing truth and keep going ahead and falling for whatever popular lie is out there. Oh, the Epstein files are on my desk. Someone's going to jail. It was Hunter Biden's laptop that was on Epstein's plane. Oops, there's no list. Huh. And this is like one more silly, goofy distraction. And tonight of all nights, we have restore money. Huge gobs of restore money that's going to projects making the lives of people in this room better. Okay? And yeah, some of us were here and we were hurt. We were seriously damaged. Our businesses were damaged. Some of us went ahead and found a way to make gobs of money because of an accident that ruined the Gulf of Mexico and gave us dead zones like I saw after Opal and Aaron, like I saw after Ivan. You know, watching the Gulf go ahead and heal over 25, 30 years of scuba diving out there, have to keep healing and healing and healing, and the Gulf of Mexico is strong, and you should be strong too, and support that. Really, stand up to the crazy. Please, you know, I wanted to come here and be fun tonight. You know, I've got a video of something silly that, you know, we want a beach. We need more beach. We need more people to stand up. I spoke about the heroes who are teaching kids. They're bringing youth forward with sports. SYSA, you know? And I called these people heroes, and they are. And they're teaching their kids they're heroes teaching kids who are being heroes. And
Thanks, Kevin.
don't lose that.
Christy Rosen is up next. Hi, Christy, come on up. Larry, you're next.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't want to make this personal about what I think. I've lived here since I was 2 years old. It's the Gulf. That's what I call it. That's what most of us call it. So it's not about being personal. But I do want to be clear with this. This ordinance to replace the Gulf of Mexico with Gulf of America doesn't solve a single problem that we face here. What it does is create unnecessary work for multiple county agencies. I know that y'all have already fixed your paperwork. It's attached. I've seen it. So you've already made these changes. All you have to do is sign it. But you're creating work for other agencies, legal agencies, the emergency management, environmental, tourism, public works, all of which now will have to come through ordinances, websites, printed materials, maps, signage, and permits just to update a name that no one asked to change. There is also no implementation date required by what was passed in Tallahassee. So you have no pressure to implement this today, tomorrow, next year, 3 years from now. There is no time constraint on this. We have real issues here that matter to our citizens. This work takes time away from that. That work costs money, and none of that cost has been publicly accounted for. DeSantis took money away from us. He did not provide money to any of these counties to make these changes that he asked for. So let's talk about what won't get funded because of this. The backlog of drainage and flood mitigation projects still waiting after yet another storm. Upgrades to rural health and EMS access, which we need desperately now after this new bill, especially in the northern parts of the county. Better pay and resources for our county workers who are doing the work for us. Support for housing programs, rental relief, or storm recovery for residents still rebuilding. All of this is real, and all of this is needed. And every dollar spent on this branding stunt is a dollar not going to the things residents actually care about. Escambia County doesn't need a culture war headline. We need competent, focused leadership, which you are all capable of. This ordinance doesn't deliver that. It just drains resources and wastes time. Please, please vote no for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Downs, folks, please. Larry Downs Jr., you're up.
Larry Downs Jr. Plumbing LLC, because fecal matters.
And that Gulf of America matters too. I mean, I don't know what everybody has a problem with America. I mean, we got North America, South America. I mean, it's America. It doesn't say the Gulf of United States. It's America. I mean, it's a name of a body of water. Over a third of this country used to be Mexico. Yeah, it got changed. And before, 500 years ago, it was probably called something else and some other language that probably nobody speaks anymore. That's what happens. Things change. So what? You know, I think it's just, you know, there's plenty I don't like about Trump, you know. I don't like his magic juice shots as Operation Warp Speed. I mean, they love them. They love them. I mean, they got 3 or 4 or 5, whatever. But I didn't like that. He was telling them to get the shots. I didn't like that. I called it out to all of y'all. You know, it's he's buddies with Larry Ellis, all them guys who are now pushing the cancer vax, the mRNA, same stuff. But this is not that. This is a change of a, you know, just because I don't like a lot of things he does doesn't mean I can't like, hey, what's wrong with the Gulf of America? I like it. And I don't think there's going to be a thing changed no matter how much whining and crying goes on up here. I think it's going to be Gulf of America. And I kind of like it. So I think we should just go ahead and get used to it, you know, at least until somebody else comes along. You know, maybe in another 4 or 8 years, maybe it'll be the Gulf of the United States. Who knows? You know, anything can be changed. That's the beauty. You know, this country was founded upon change. So we got that. So anyways, I just want y'all to go ahead and move forward because it's already been changed. I can Google it right now. I can pull it up on my maps. And it's already been changed. I screenshot it the day it happened. I was like, and I looked at it 10 seconds later or a minute later, and it was changed. I was like, holy shit, this is real. All right, anyways. Y'all got any questions for me?
There's probably a lot, Larry.
Hey, listen. Y'all stop taking Trump's magic juice shots, would y'all? Yeah. Those vaccines are bad.
All right, thank you. Board, that concludes all the speakers on public hearing 5.31. Is there any discussion that needs to happen, or where are we at here?
No, Mr. Chairman, but to say that it doesn't have a fiscal impact is just certainly not true. Because even if we looked at our branding and Visit Pensacola, people brand the Gulf of Mexico, visit the Gulf of Mexico. Rather, we're spending, however we spend dollars for advertising, TDC dollars for our tourism. I mean, there is an impact. There is a cost to doing this. And not whether it's worth it, whether it's not worth it, that's not the question. But if a citizen said, I'm not going to sit here and say there's no fiscal impact, because it is a fiscal impact. If it's nothing but, I mean, our lawyers make a couple $100 an hour. There is a fiscal impact to changing this name. And I agree, if you can't change the hearts and souls of people, change the name of a body of water ain't going to change the climate. So I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, y'all. Commissioner Stroberger.
So the last couple of presidencies, we've been renaming a lot of things, including Army posts, and they're getting named back. The truth to me is I think this should have been changed back in 1826 when the Navy Yard was established here in Pensacola. It should have been the Gulf of America then. I don't know what it was before it was called the Gulf of Mexico. But yeah, the Gulf. But renaming it to the Gulf of America makes sense to me. It's a simple acknowledgement to me of who protects it. It's us. It's our Gulf. It's not about erasing history. It's about celebrating who safeguards the shore. And it's America that does. And it's us who depends on the jobs, and it's us that provides the security. So I think it should reflect the people who made it what it is. And I say it should be the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America.
All right.
Second. Is that a motion?
Well, we're not done. All right, do you have a comment, Commissioner Hoffberger?
That's a motion. I say let's make it a Gulf of America.
I'm going to second Commissioner Stroberger's motion.
But point of clarification, is that a motion for the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America? I mean, because I heard Gulf of
America,
Mexico.
Gulf America.
Okay, all right, I just want to get that clarification.
Okay, we have a motion second, but I'm not ready to vote because I have a couple things that I want to share for clarity. All the people that here feel passionate about Gulf of Mexico, I appreciate your opinion, I really do. When I was a kid, I loved the Denver Broncos. I loved them. Everyone in Colorado knew it was Mile High Stadium. Then one day, they changed it to Invesco Stadium. Guess what? It's still Mile High Stadium to me. It's always going to be Mile High Stadium to me. And if you feel Gulf of America is your Gulf of America, or Mexico is not Gulf of America to you, it always can be. But we change names all the time. It didn't matter if it was Aunt Jemima syrup, if it was Land O'Lakes butter, it didn't matter if it was Washington Redskins. I still go watch them with the Saints, if now they're the Commanders. I mean, you can go on. And I agree, I was out with Matt Millstrip coming in to the port, and it was already on the GPS Gulf of America. I didn't do anything with that. It's already on the GPS map. I had nothing to do with that. But here's the issue that needs to be discussed. I believe in the rule of law. You may not like an executive order, but this is an executive order that doesn't hurt anyone. It doesn't hurt anyone. If we don't follow executive orders by the governor, no matter if it's DeSantis or a Democrat, we will not have a governing society that can be normal. We can't. We have to accept this. And I've told Molly this in previous discussions. If we get a different governor and they want to change it back, I will honor that. I believe in that. And I think that you should expect us to do that. Do you really want rogue commissioners that will not honor an executive order no matter who it is? Yeah. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, no, you don't. No, you don't. Order. So, order. It's disrespectful to cut off people. I never caught one person off when they're talking. Not one. Let's be respectful. That's a dignity and a human trait that is lacking, and it's lacking in this room. I respect your comments. You should respect what the commissioners say. It is mutual respect, and I appreciate you if you will honor that. I agree with Commissioner Strohberger. We defend that Gulf. I probably traveled around the world more than anyone here, from Central America to South America, North America. All of those countries represent that body of water. It's not just Mexico. It's not. We protect that body, and we have. I raised my hand 10 times, 6 commanders and chiefs. I followed their orders. If the governor of the United States or governor of Florida says that we're going to change it to Gulf of Mexico, I'm going to honor that. And if y'all don't like me for doing it, I'm sorry. But I will do that. And I honestly think I'm on the right side of this. I don't have, and as far as administratively, it's minuscule. I have no problem with the word America. I love America. This is a place I defended. And if it's Gulf of Mexico for you, it's Gulf of Mexico for you, and I respect that. But I'm going to vote for Gulf of America. We had a motion and a second. Please vote. All those opposed? Motion passes 3-2. Let's move on to public hearing 5.32. Consider request for exemption for the Escambia County Children's Trust. We've got several speakers. Meredith Bush, you're up first.
How many speakers do we have for this item?
13. No, I don't want to do that if I did it for Gulf of Mexico. Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Meredith Bush, 125 East Intendencia. I'm here as General Counsel for the Children's Trust. We have submitted an exemption request and provided a draft of the interlocal agreement to resolve tax years 2021, 22, 24, and 25. I know there's been much discussion about this, so I won't rehash the exemption request, but happy to take any questions. Our hope is to work collaboratively with the county, have you grant the exemption, and enter into the interlocal agreement as proposed.
Commissioner May, do you have a question for her? Or
So-
you just have your light on?
No, I do. So, Mayor, state what the trust is asking the county to do.
So the trust is asking the county to grant the exemption allowed by the statute to allow the TIF funds to be paid to the county for use as, for children's services, rather than to go into the CRAs for infrastructure. So we have, outlined our position through a written exemption request, much like we did previously, but to address the current year, next year, and also the 2 first years, which are being disputed as to whether or not they're owed. So this would resolve all of the outstanding issues related to the TIF funds. We would enter into an agreement which would allow the county to spend those funds for children's services. I believe the terminology in the agreement is county youth programs, so that's very broad. It would be in the county's discretion as to how they were spent, so long as they were spent for youth programs. And it would resolve any, dispute with the trust as to those first 2 years and as to whether or not the trust owes the funds or is required to pay the funds.
Mr. Chairman, let me disclose first that I serve on the Children's Trust Board as well as a county commissioner, but I have no conflict of interest either way because I don't receive any funding from the Children's Trust. But I did want to disclose that I sit on both boards and have tried to find the happy medium. Meredith, so this unsigned letter that was brought up at the trust meeting, how does that differ from anything that you're asking for today?
Are you referring to the
Whatever
item in
y'all
the-
told me that it was a letter that I think Lindsay or Stephanie White brought up at the last trust meeting. And it
Correct.
said it had no signature on it.
So it's not a letter. What we're referring to is an item in the county's backup titled Escambia County CRA Formal Response to Florida Statute 163-387, which outlines the county's position that the trust funds, if spent for CRA infrastructure, would be in line with the trust's mission. So there's a constitutional mandate that tax funds can only be spent for their intended purpose, which is where the trust, has the position that spending the funds for infrastructure differs from the intended purpose of children's services. The position statement, which is not, it doesn't have an author, but it's in the backup as coming from the county, would, establish that it's the county's position that you could use the funds for infrastructure. Notwithstanding that, we would still ask for the exemption, ask to enter the interlocal, and use the funds for services as the taxpayers intended when they voted in the trust.
Meredith, are you representing the trust tonight? I didn't see Lindsay on there. I'll honor it. I sat down with Kristen. I know we had a heated discussion a few months back on this, which I thought it moved the dial well. And, Commissioner, I'm sorry, were you done?
No, I'm not, but you go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry.
No, it's
I
fine. You're good. No, it's great.
But are you representing the trust tonight on all
I
questions?
am. I'm
Okay,
here as counsel
so
for the trust, yes.
I appreciate what you did. I don't know why you guys didn't sign the document. Was that just an administrative oversight?
No, this was prepared by the county. It's not, what we're referring to was prepared by the county. The exemption that we submitted is signed by Ms. Cannon.
Okay.
But there is, so at the last meeting when we were here, it was my understanding from the county board, from you guys, that you wanted us to prepare an interlocal, work with your staff, and present that back to you to resolve the issue, which we've done. In the interim, though, this formal response prepared by the county was provided as part of the agenda backup. It may just be a formality addressing the county's position on those statutory criteria. However, it tends to indicate that your position may have changed from a desire to enter into the interlocal, which is the discussion that was held at the trust 2 nights ago.
Okay. You're probably going to have more questions. I'm going to let Madam Attorney talk, and then since we have several speakers, if you wouldn't mind sitting up front, because I
Sure,
think
absolutely.
since I asked you if you're going to be the representative for the ECT, I appreciate that.
So,
Madam Attorney?
I'd like for Meredith to stay up after Allison finishes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with regards to the issue of the interlocal not being signed, I do believe, it's my understanding that at the trust meeting, they did authorize Ms. Cannon to sign that interlocal. It is not yet executed. I think the trust is waiting to see what we do with the interlocal this evening. And I did provide to the board this afternoon proposed motions, A and B. One is if you're granting the exemption, one is if you're denying it. And that would be helpful to make sure we hit
Yeah.
the spots that we need to hit.
Okay,
So,
Commissioner May?
and Mike, I mean, so quite uncomfortable in that trust meeting when it was presented that we as commissioners had sent something over in regards to changing our positions, which I had no knowledge of. The first I'd heard of this, whatever she's talking about, was at this meeting. And so I just want to get the point of clarification of our position. And I thought that our position was pretty clear on where we stood on this issue.
Like I said, I'll have some questions at the end. I'll honor what we came up with. I feel confident of that. But I do want some questions at the end that I need. I just think I would like to get through the speakers, Meredith, and just since you're going to be the voice, have a few more questions. If that's okay, Commissioner May? Ruth Knoll is up next. Thank you.
How's that?
Yeah, you're good.
Good evening. My name is Ruthie Noel, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening as a Escambia County homeowner, as the parent of a young child, and as somebody who loves this community. I want to first recognize that when we established our Children's Services Council in 2020, the Escambia Children's Trust, we knew that it was going to take some time to get up and running. The issues that children in our community face did not come about overnight. They will not be solved overnight. But to do it right, to do it well, and to make it successful takes all of us working together. Building new systems is not easy under the easiest and best of circumstances, and I would not call 2020 the best of any circumstances. That said, based on the growth and the success that we have seen, particularly under Lindsay Cannon's leadership since last February, I believe our community recognizes the Escambia Children's Trust for the remarkable asset it is. I'd like to ask the audience, if you are here this evening and believe in the work being done by the Escambia Children's Trust, would you please stand or raise your hand? Thank you. Thank you for being here. I believe that we are fortunate to be empowered by our state to create a Children's Services Council in our community. As you all well know, this is a local solution that was established by local voters to meet local needs, and it is working. So what you'll hear this evening from just a handful of folks who are in this work is that the programs funded by the Escambia Children's Trust focus on issues that matter greatly to families. We're talking about after school care, we're talking about mental health, we're talking about early learning, mentoring, tutoring, and more. And whether these families live in Century or Warrington, Ferry Pass or downtown, the Children's Services Council exists to fund services for these children, every child, every youth in our community. So I just want to first say thank you, because I am very grateful for this board's willingness to enter into an interlocal agreement that ensures every dollar stays focused on where voters intended. That is the provision of children's services, direct services, so that every child in Escambia County grows up safe, supported, and ready to succeed. Thank you very much for your service to our community, for your commitment to Escambia County citizens, and for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Lisa Coleman, if you are in the audience. And then Marianne Beischerstaff, I think is the way I say it. If I hatched that, I apologize. Yes, ma'am, please go.
Good evening, County Commissioners. My name is Lisa Smith Coleman, and I'm the Community Partnership School Director at C.A. Weiss Elementary, the 2024-25 Community Partnership School of the Year for the entire state. I'm here tonight representing not just C.A. Weiss Elementary, but Children's Home Society and the Navigator program. First and foremost, thank you for your unwavering support of our work through the Escambia Children's Trust funding. CHS programming is in 24 Escambia County public schools, reaching students within each of your districts. With ECT funding programs through the After School Sail Academy at Weiss, the Social Service Navigator Program, and the support of Pine Forest High School as a community partnership school, with additional support funding and a recent CARES grant for an after-school program. This funding is vital to our success. The Navigator Program, active in 24 of your county schools, answered the call for help for over 32,000 referrals this year alone. That's an incredible impact. These services and referrals address critical needs such as food insecurity, clothing, hygiene products, housing, utility assistance, connections to medical and mental health providers. The Navigator program supports the whole child and their families, extending its reach to the entire community. We are also incredibly grateful for the opportunity to be awarded to the CARES grant at Pine Forest High School. This funding will be instrumental in helping our students achieve their academic goals, paving the way for graduation and their future pursuits, whether that be college, trade school, or exciting endeavors. This investment in our schools is an investment in our community's future, and we are deeply appreciative of Escambia Children's Trust to their commitment and success. Thanks to Escambia's Children's Trust out-of-school time funding, our Sail Academy at CA Weiss has doubled the number of students served. We now average over 100 students, meaning we get to provide additional academic and enrichment opportunities to 20% of our student body. We face unique challenges with a highly transient population, including families from homeless and domestic violence shelters. As families stabilize and move on, we celebrate their progress. Remarkably, 17.5% of our student population comes from all 5 of your districts through school choice, demonstrating the reach and reputation of our Sail Academy. We also want to acknowledge the incredible contribution of our volunteers who have generously dedicated over 655 hours this past year of their time, the equivalent of about $22,000 in funding to support our mission. Sail helps students achieve critical educational milestones, both in proficiency and learning gains. In fact, if graded by DOE standards, we would have been at just shy of 1 point from an A this year. This success is a testament to our dedicated, certified teachers, experts in their fields, and countless hours contributed by our incredible volunteers in our enrichment programs. We also collaborate with service providers, many of whom are connected through ECT's parade of providers, gathering and ensuring to avoid duplicate service.
Ms. Coleman, can you finalize your thoughts? But
Yes,
I do
sir.
have a question for you.
Duplicated service and effectively meet the child's needs. Thank you for your time tonight and for your continued investment in our children and community.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Did you email my office about, I've been getting emails today from the Navigator program basically saying Commissioner Kohler's trying to get rid of the Navigator program. That's a lie. I had nothing to do with that. I don't know where that falsehood came from. Wherever it came from, don't spread fear. It's not right. And I'm not saying you did that because I don't know where that came from.
Didn't.
Never happened. And so I just want honesty to be out there all the time. And I'm not blaming you, but I don't know who in this audience said that or where that came from. That has never happened. Not even one word about it. So I just want that out on the record. And I really do appreciate your comments and thank you for what you do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Mary Ann Bickerstaff, thank you. Am I hacking your name? How do you say your last name?
Bickerstaff.
Okay, I apologize.
No problem. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Ann Bickerstaff, and I stand before you as the Children's Services Director for the Art Gateway. For the past 39 years, I've devoted my career to promoting positive, long-term outcomes for our youngest children, those with diagnosed disabilities and developmental delays. As 80% of brain development occurs by age 3, rich developmental experiences in these early years shape a child's trajectory for kindergarten readiness, third grade reading proficiency, high school graduation, and eventually our ability to build a skilled workforce. Research shows that 13 to 15% of the population has an intellectual or developmental disability. So we should expect that in that same percentage of children receiving early intervention services as infants and toddlers. But for decades, we've only reached about 4% of those children, meaning nearly 10% are missing out on critical support. I've worked on many interagency councils, all asking the same question: how can we identify these children earlier? Each time, one model stood out: Help Me Grow. Created by a developmental pediatrician in Connecticut, Help Me Grow promotes early identification of children with delays through the promotion of developmental screening and follow-up care coordination. But without legislative or local funding, we couldn't bring it here. So our community rallied, we united, we campaigned to create the Escambia Children's Trust, giving us the resources to fund Help Me Grow. Thanks to the citizens of Escambia County, now it's here, and it's making a difference. We're providing developmental screenings in every one of your districts, in child care centers, partnering with other community organizations such as the Early Childhood Court and Healthy Schools Escambia, participating in outreach events throughout the community, meeting families and pediatric health care offices. We're identifying children with delays, coordinating care, and connecting families to supports. Thanks to the funding through the Children's Trust, we've screened 243 children just in the past year, connected 86 children to Early Steps, a state-funded early intervention program, and to Child Find with the public school system. We've launched a multidisciplinary autism diagnostic clinic and completed 89 autism evaluations, with 59 of those children being confirmed to be on the autism spectrum, and then helped to support those families to get connected to supports and services. With developmental specialists coaching parents in our developmental intervention services, we provided those interventions for 98 children and this past year, and recently 5 have been able to be discharged because they've met all of their goals. Without these supports, our community won't improve on the troubling statistics that 50% of children are ready for kindergarten. So tonight, I thank you. Thank you for supporting the initiatives and for standing with us to better the lives of our youngest and most vulnerable citizens through our early identification and intervention.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Lauren Merritt, is Lauren Merritt here? Hi, Lauren. And Laura Gillum is on deck. Are these your kids?
Those are my kids, yes, yes, sir. Can I
Yeah,
begin?
yeah, whenever
Okay.
you're ready. I mean, you're getting ahead of time. Go ahead. yeah,
All right,
start
I was
the
waiting.
clock.
I was waiting for my clock. I try to be fair, but
Yeah.
good evening, commissioners. My name is Lauren Merritt. I'm an Escambia County resident, and I am a 5th-generation Pensacola native. I stand before you tonight as a parent of 2 children receiving services from a program funded by the Escambia Children's Trust. As you see, these are my 2 children. My son, Owen, is 4. My daughter, Maya, is 2. And my husband, Matt, would have loved to have been here tonight, but he is on kid duty. So the program that we are here, or the program that we're a part of, is Help Me Grow Escambia, which you just heard Ms. Bickerstaff describe as helping children like ours with developmental disabilities. Owen and Maya are adopted biological siblings, and they are innocent victims of our country's opioid crisis. Their birth mother was a daily fentanyl and heroin user who received no prenatal care throughout either pregnancy. They are truly my miracles. We started noticing executive function delays with Owen when he was 2, and I knew how critical early brain development was from 0 to 3, so early intervention was a non-negotiable for us. You would be shocked and disappointed if you knew how few resources there are for kids like Owen and Maya. I consider myself very blessed to be well educated with access to resources. I could not find the service. Every time we tried to get help, the answer was either too not delayed enough or too young. So we had both kids tested by the state of Florida's early intervention program called Early Steps. Both times, Owen was tested twice. Maya was tested once. They were tested delayed, but not delayed enough. So we essentially would have to allow them to fall further behind before they would qualify for services, and that was not an option for me. So like a good millennial, I took to social media with my frustrations and pleas for help, and very quickly got connected with Ms. Bickerstaff with the ARC Gateway. And the timing was impeccable because the Help Me Grow had just received funding from the trust. So Owen and Maya were 2 of the first 10 kids enrolled in the program. And when we joined Help Me Grow, we gained an instant family and a support group of professionals who surrounded us with acceptance, information, and resources. Both kids have received free developmental screenings, autism screenings, and Owen now has a fetal alcohol spectrum disorder diagnosis. Help Me Grow is the reason that our son Owen was able to enroll in a varied exceptionalities class at Myrtle Grove Elementary this past October at the age of 3. And he is absolutely thriving. Excuse me. Thanks to Help Me Grow, my kids have not fallen through the cracks. I wish I had more time to share details, but trust me when I tell you this program has changed my family's life. But this work doesn't happen alone. It happens because of strong partnerships with the Escambia Children's Trust and your continued support. So tonight, I want to say thank you. Thank you for considering the interlocal agreement and supporting the future of Escambia Children's Trust.
Thank you, Lauren, for your story. That was a very beautiful story, and being adopted myself, I could feel your passion. Laura Gillum.
Good evening. My name is Laura Gilliam. I'm a resident of Escambia County, and I'm here this evening as the CEO of United Way of West Florida. We are administering proudly the Healthy Schools Escambia initiative, which is funded by the Escambia Children's Trust. It's my pleasure to provide you with an update on this initiative's good work. On November 1st, 2024, United Way was awarded the HSE contract. Healthy Schools Escambia is a new and an innovative approach to improving the health and academic performance of students in identified schools in the county. The initiative is based on the CDC's Whole School, Whole Community, Whole Child model. Our role is to work with each school, two each, for the first 3 years of the contract for a total of 6 schools in 5 years, to identify what are the greatest needs within those schools and therefore what community resources to bring into the school to help meet those needs. HSE is currently operating at O.J. Sims and Global Learning Academy. In the coming school year, we will expand to West Pensacola and Brentwood Elementaries. Some of the key resources that we've brought so far to O.J. Sims and GLA include dental, medical, and vision care, health and nutrition education, after-school programs, behavioral health support, mentoring, strengthening families, legal education, and assistance. And with each school, they undergo an assessment, and then we identify the appropriate resources and programming to bring to those schools. In the first 100 days of this initiative, HSE has completed many things, including establishing after-school tutoring programs at O.J. Sims and Global Learning, helping to host a summer enrichment program for rising 5th graders at Global Learning. We also have 254 students who received medical and dental care, 132 students who were mentored through the foster grandparent program, 226 individuals who received child abuse and safety education through Gulf Coast Kids House, and a family and student who were referred to Lakeview to establish mental health services. Additionally, we've provided funding for 2 5th-grade field trips at O.J. Sims, hosted after-school sports programming, and facilitated collaborative efforts to support a household facing housing instability. Because of the Escambia Children's Trust, more children are getting the help they need so they can be successful in school and ultimately as a member of their future workforce. An interlocal agreement that ensures these voter-approved dollars are used as intended to directly serve children is central to continuing the positive trend resulting from the investment of Escambia Children's Trust funds. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for your service to Escambia County.
Thank you, Laura. Enid Wilson. Is Enid Wilson out there? And then Dr. Avant is up next.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Enid Wilson, and I'm here on behalf of YMCA Reads, an evidence-based after-school literacy program that helps struggling young readers get on grade level. I don't work for the YMCA, and I don't receive any direct benefit from the Y or the Escambia Children's Trust. I'm a volunteer who has worked with the Y Reads program at Global Learning Academy for the past 2 years. Y Reads works with 1st through 4th graders identified by their teachers as struggling with reading. It's an after-school program that provides 3 hours a week per student of science-based reading instruction. Each of the 7 Title I schools in the Y Reads program, serving 4 zip codes in districts 2, 3, 4, and 5, have a certified teacher on site focusing on phonics, vocabulary, and reading comprehension. District assessments indicate that only about half of our 3rd graders are reading on grade level. We need to have programs operating with fidelity to address this need to improve literacy skills because poor readers' futures are in jeopardy. These students are the future workers in the county. Students who struggle with reading by the end of 4th grade are more likely to face challenges later in life, including involvement with the justice system. Low literacy skills at a young age are connected to rising incarceration rates. Thanks to the funding from ECT, Y Reads served 281 students over the past school year. The program runs with 8 professional staff members and 33 volunteers who collectively gave more than $150,000 worth of their time to these students. Thanks to funding from the ECT, Y Reads serve. I already told you that part. Each child in the program benefits from the time and attention of 4 to 5 caring adults who are helping them overcome their weaknesses in literacy skills. I personally have seen the results and aha moments experienced by children taught with explicit reading instruction. And I'm proud to share our results. On average, 84% of students saw growth in their standardized test scores, and 92% of students were promoted to the next grade level. 90% of students passed our curriculum mastery test. At one school, Ferry Pass Elementary, students demonstrated an average growth of 77 points on the test. Of the parents who said their child's behavior had been a concern, 81% reported improvement by the end of the program, and 84% of the teachers also reported improvement. And that's because when students gain confidence in their literacy skills, they are able to focus on reading to learn rather than learning to read, and they no longer feel like they're drowning at school. I'm here today because I believe deeply in the value of ECT-funded programs that are supporting children in our community. Voters overwhelmingly supported the creation of the trust to ensure that children can grow up safe, supported, and ready to succeed. These public dollars are an investment in our future citizens. Tonight, I respectfully ask you to join our fellow children's services councils across Florida in working together in an interlocal agreement
Ms. Wilson, please wrap up.
that ensures these voter-approved dollars are used as intended to directly serve children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Dr. Avent, if you could come up next, and then Mrs. Carolyn Appleyard, if you're in the audience, you're next.
Good evening. My name is the Reverend Dr. Calvin Avent, pastor and executive director for Unity in the Family Ministry, located 615 North W Street. Came to speak in support of the request for exemption for the Escambia Children's Trust. I've worked with J.B. Washington Education and Sports, and I've sat and watched something, I mean, awesome transform with the work that they've done with those kids. I remember going to 2 of their banquets and sitting and watching about 35 little black boys up getting an award for A and B honor roll, not just for a term, but for the whole year. And if you don't, if those of you, I've done this type of work for 50 years. I feel like I'm an authority on what we're talking about now. And those, they are able to, and you can, well, to look at what transpired is public safety, whether you know it or not. If you can get those kids going in another direction, and then with that, not only do you change them, but you change generations. You get an opportunity to change people, and they will start looking at doing things totally different. And we will be having people in our community who are growing now who will not be going to the left and doing those things that are negative, but learning to be doing something positive. You know, the way that program operates, they have to have a 2.5 grade point average in order to be able to participate in the sports, which is awesome, because and you're using the sports as a carrot to get those kids coming and continually participating. And they have taken these kids all over the country. I know they went out to Long Beach, California, and other places all over the country. So not only are they giving them a way to start learning how to play sports and how to do academically, but they're exposing the things that they never would be exposed to. So with the Children's Trust Fund having other funds, they can do other things for those kids. They can go to, and the one piece that I think I heard a few people say with those wraparound services. You can start giving them some things other than just education and sports. You can start taking care of some of the other needs that they will have. And again, making young men and young ladies successful who normally would not have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Appleyard, please come up. Good to see you again.
Thank you. I'm Carolyn Appleyard.
Ma'am, please,
Whoops.
yeah, pull
Whoops.
that down. Thank
Whoops.
you.
I'm Carolyn Appleyard. I'm smiling tonight because things are working. As you've heard, there's collaboration, coordination, partnerships, expansion of services, volunteers, as well as new best practices now available to our families. This is what the 2020 vote for a children's services tax was all about. I was the interim administrator when the trust was established, along with a couple of others across the state. The county clerk, the county attorney, county tax collector, state officials, existing service councils, all helped to set this up. Never were TIFs and CRAs mentioned. This was an additional funding stream dedicated to children's services. The year our trust was established, some counties voted for dependent councils. Those were departments of various counties. Escambia County citizens voted for ours to be independent. That meant the difference. The lines were drawn more clearly on how the funds were used. Escambia citizens voted for services and programs. Independence allows for specific accountability, and that is what you will get with this interlocal agreement. You'll be proud of that decision. Tonight, we're asking you to represent all the citizens and work with the trust to ensure that every child in Escambia grows up safe, supported, and ready to learn.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Rowan Goss, I think, is next. Is Rowan in the audience? You had to leave? Okay. James Washington? Is James out there? Okay. James, this is your oh, James, are you in the back? Come on up, sir. Mel, you're on deck.
Good evening, how everybody doing? I just want to say thank you for all that you're doing and for your service. Some of y'all been here, and you know, we started our program about 7 or 8 years ago, first moved back in town. You know, we was doing a grassroots operation with J.B. Washington Education and Sports. Didn't quite know what to do, talked with Commissioner May. He led us in the gym, we got started, and then we're trying to get funding. So we came down here, first year, we got a little help. Second year, we got less help. And then the board did us the biggest thing that you could have ever done for us. You referred us to the Escambia Children's Trust. And that's when things really took off and started making a change. Now, our program, we deal with at-risk kids in the underserved community. I'm talking about communities where you know the hospital closed down, so it's not health care service for a lot of these people. A lot of people don't have transportation. There are no community schools, especially middle schools, that's very much needed in the community. There are no banks. You know, you got to go all the way downtown or you got to go out to the mall in the community. And to me, the stores that sell food there, it's just not good quality food. So a lot of these kids coming up in this environment, and we know we got to have the criminal justice system, but we got the jailhouse there. And a lot of kids have gone that route. But I think with the program, with the help of the Children's Trust, a lot of those kids now, those parents have a place for their kids to come after school. We do the studying, math, English, science, social studies, fast test scores. This is not the old, you know, where you get some people, you volunteer, you get the kids, you give them a snack, they color a little bit, you go outside and play and come back in. No, that's not what we're doing, all right? We have certified tutors, teachers, and we have a great staff of teachers that come in, they tutor those kids. They make sure that they're making their scores. We checking attendance, we checking conduct and behavior, and we checking fast test scores, and to make sure that those kids get up to a level 3. Now, some people say a 2.5 is low, but when these kids coming in with a 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, that's an exceptional improvement for those kids. And in order to play sports, you must have that grade point average for us. We got kids playing in South Carolina. Also, we started the pilot program for the high school kids, because the kids have been going. The pilot program for STEAM, science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and math, it was a big hit this summer. And we got to give all thanks to the Escambia County Children's Trust.
Mr. Washington, can you finalize your thoughts?
Yes, sir. If you can support the interlocal agreement, as long as we can work it out, you can see the improvement in the Escambia County school grades. Yeah, the superintendent and the teachers did a great job, but the ECT professionals, providers have done a lot to help with that.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
for your time. Thank you.
Thank
for
you
your
very much.
service. All right.
Mel, you're up, and then Kevin, you're on. Kevin Wade, you're on deck. Come on,
Thank
hello,
you,
Mel.
Chairman Kohler. Melissa Pina, 413 Southeast Boblets. Democracy is messy. Real democracy is messy. You don't want to end up on YouTube with Gene V breaking your gavel while he's shouting Grover down. You know, that's still out there. So this whole thing is orchestrated to make anybody that gets up and says anything opposite look like a horrible person, right? I mean, the good news is I'm used to be painted as a horrible person, so, you know, it's not really going to bother me to speak the truth. It is not a question of whether some kids have been helped. It is not a question about whether there is a degree of sincerity or total sincerity on the part of some of these individuals. You spread enough money around, you can get half the town in here, and they're really good at spreading money around and getting half the town in here. And I want to remind y'all that on that Gulf of Mexico issue, you had 2 people for and an entire room against, and that didn't change the way, you know, you wanted to go. So don't pay any attention to the fact that they got this room stacked. As a citizen, I want this organization audited, and they deserve to be audited. I don't care what you guys do with the interlocal, it doesn't matter. I mean, if they're going to stick around for a while, at least you guys can bleed something out of them, maybe get Commissioner Chairman Kohler for our neck of the woods, because I live in Navy Point, and they have 0 presence over in places that really need it. They don't have enough presence in Commissioner May's district. And that day that they brought the kids down here to the podium is just shameful. And the reason that I started the way that I did, Chairman Kohler, is you have nothing to apologize for in the way that you have handled this. Absolutely nothing. And you know I'd be the first person to say, that was a little crazy, like that gaveling, right? Nothing. Dr. Northrup put on a clinic. A clinic. That was a clinic in gaslighting. Oh, it came a little weak church mouse. Dr. Northrup, oh, don't be big bullies to us. We just can't handle it. Don't be a big meanie, Chairman Kohler. Oh, give me a break. These people like money. I'm not talking about the mom that was up here. I'm not talking about any individuals. I'm not talking about Pastor Tisdale, who is greatly affected by this organization and does God's work every day. I'm talking about the massive waste that is nearly tantamount to fraud of the percentage of dollars that reach the kids. And I feel the same way about bringing these kids up to the podium that I do when any politics of any stripe, when you put a sign in a kid's hand, you've lost me. That's manipulation and indoctrination. So whatever you do with this, then go find out where all that money is going, not just among the executive staff, but among their providers.
Mel,
What was
wrap it
that?
up. I want to be fair with everyone.
Wasn't it like 78% that wasn't getting to the kids? Thank you.
We'll have Commissioner Forum. Kevin Wade, please come up. And Eric Sharplin, is Eric still here? Okay, you're up next, right? Go ahead, Kevin.
Kevin Wade, 413 Southeast Poblets, Children's Trust. What an incredible meeting. Time suck. Just an amazing time suck. There's people in this room that invested so much time in this and ended up hearing me get up and Mel get up and other people get up saying, "You're not ready to walk yet. This thing is not ready for prime time." We're talking 5 years of screaming, this thing is not ready for prime time. It's still not. And yes, it does need an audit. It needs an audit all the way to the beginning. You know? Oh. watching where the money goes. I've got a friend who says, just give me a week with their finances. I'll shake them up. And why is it coming that way? Because yes, there are some people doing some amazing work. There are a whole lot of people investing their lives in what's going on with this, but it does need an audit. And just like Mel, I don't care what you end up doing with that TIF, which way it goes. But to see how badly the books were managed and hey, you can't take that money from us because we didn't have the agreement well put into stone. No.
Thank you, Kevin. Eric, if you'd like to come up.
Yes, Commissioner Kohler. One of the reasons I am here's somebody's cell phone.
What's wrong?
Is Lumen would know more about this. The director who came in and took the job. Then she wants, what, 5,000 or 10,000 more? If not, she can't take it. Lumen voted against it. But the audacity of that board to approve it, and the attorney couldn't write a contract that said, this is what you're going to get it for. If you don't like it, hit the road. We'll find somebody who can do it for $100,000 a year if that was the price. Not, oh, I take it, but now I want 10,000 more. That's over 4 years. That's $40,000 more dollars being wasted. It's not helping at all. I know that Lumen voted against it, didn't you? What was the amount she wanted, Lumen?
I can't remember.
But you know what I'm saying. It was just wrong,
Yeah.
wrong to do it. I
Right,
mean,
right, that's right.
She knew the price. That's a awful big pay raise in 5 minutes to get $10,000 pay raise. And here you are, Commissioner Kohler, trying to get security cameras for the schools, and they don't want to help you. But they want to waste money like this. Let's say if you get an assistant director that comes in, and all of a sudden she wants more money after she's hired. Are they going to keep doing that? Because that's not helping the taxpayers. That's a slap in our face. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate your comments. Board, that concludes all of our speakers on 532. Meredith, please come up. Is there any discussion for the board? I have a few questions, or does anyone else have any before I talk? All right. All right, so I guess no one else has any questions. So I want to start out with the misconception that I'm against the Children's Trust. I'm not. I believe in kids. I've been a nurse for 34 years. I've heard a lot of passionate stories here. But I'm for equity. I know that's surprising being a Republican. And when I look at what happened at the board, and you look at historically at the results on this, from the school stuff, and the school board did better, but historically the schools on the west side don't do good. 3 of them are on the west side. They're Ds and Fs. Orrington Preps went from an F to a D to a D. Navy Point went down to a D. Global Academy is now a D. You say, why does that matter, Commissioner Kohler? Well, it's been going on for a decade. It's been going on for a decade. Tim Kinsella, when he was CEO of the base, he basically said, we have to do this to protect the base. It's a quality of life issue. He was right. We could lose a lot of money in assets. That's one of the things they look at. No one believes it, but it's a factor. It's in the NSPCUS study. And I continually will fight for the base and the poor communities on the west side. But equity. Here's my first problem. And I know you're speaking. I watched your meeting on July 8th. And I just don't get how the city gets $2.4 million for their CRA, which services 55,000, and the county gets $1.1 million to service the other 280,000. I don't know how that's equitable. And I think a lot of the people that I serve love what y'all are doing, but that's not equitable. I got a lot of poor kids that would like to see some more services. And the results showing we're not getting there. And they've been that way for a long time. So Meredith, that's my first question. Why did the county have to crawl through glass to basically get to a thing for equipment? And according to what happened the other day for the city, no ties attached at all. I mean, can you answer that?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm happy to address your question. So the issue with the city has made a demand. We have not yet responded to that demand. So while the city has demanded the $2.4 million that you've referenced, the trust is currently in the process of asking for an exemption from the city, much like we're here before the county today. Those numbers, the 2.4 versus the 1.8, you know,
It's under 1.2. It's not
Or
1.8.
1.2,
No, yeah,
okay.
it's a lot less. It's half of what 55,000 people get versus 280,000.
correct. And that calculation comes from the, statutory establishment of the TIF and the CRA. So that's not something that the trust
But
has.
would you agree that's not fair?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, that's what the law provides.
Well, I
whether or
just
not it's
wonder if,
fair.
I mean, that's a simple math question to me, but I mean, I don't think it's fair.
You're correct. I mean, 2.4 million for 55,000 is a different ratio than the county money for the county citizens. That's correct.
So when I go talk to people in District 2 and they ask me why they're not being treated the same, I want the Children's Trust to understand. It's not I'm against the Children's Trust. Everyone in this room knows that's an unfair ratio. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be against kids. It's not a fair ratio. Okay, I won't beat you up on that.
Mike, let me maybe interject because you're asking questions, and I get the opportunity to serve on the Children's Trust, and she's the counsel. So, I mean, there's probably not, I'm the only politician that put his face on collateral material for this tax. And let's just face it, we talked all day that it's not partisanship. Look at the counties where there's Children's Trust, they're Democratic counties, and so, quite frankly, most Republican counties have gone against this tax, but we were unique and we were able to bring people together because this is good. I agree with what you've said. Coach Washington talked today about safe neighborhoods, lack of school, lack of medical, lack of things with Baptists, and that's what the CRA does. I think that you are very passionate, and I believe what that the intent of what you're saying is good, and I agree. It's unfortunate, and I've said this at the trust meeting. I don't believe you ought to bring children to an adult fight. I mean, I don't even think we ought to bring children down. I mean, we should have adult conversations because if my children need something, I'm going to stand in the gap for them, and I'm not going to have them come fight for themselves because they can't defend for themselves. So I didn't like bringing kids down. I've said that to the trust. We had come to a resolution, and I think that the misunderstanding about the county is that we were trying to hold money. I've advocated the entire time that we take this money for youth services and that we take this money and give this money to children. I've also advocated that the county has taken a beating to my colleagues here because I've been on the front end of probably disagreeing with most of you here that we should give it, that this should have been in tandem with the city. Yeah. And then if the county is going to take a beating, the county is not even asking for what the city was asking for. The city was asking for interest, fees, back pay, more than the county ever was. And at the end of the day, it's all the children's money. And so when we had this conversation, it really should have been a conversation about the trust, the city, and the county, and do it all at once rather than to attack the county. And I've said that in your protection. Now, I also wear the hat for the Children's Trust, Mike. I wish we would have just had a motion before we had all these people speaking and said that we were accepting the money and we were doing this for what we agreed to, and that was to provide the children's services. And so now we've had this long dialogue with people with misinformation. I think many people who came to the podium had misinformation because there was never any motion or anything made to take any money away from the children.
Right.
So I just want to make sure we have that point of clarification. There was never, ever any motion or any conversation that we were going to take money from children.
No, I agree with that, and I think that's good to have that out there so people understand. We're not against the Children's Trust. It's how the money's spent, where's the money spent, is the money spent correctly? I mean, as you know, there's some people think some of it's not being spent right. It's not my job to ask every single question in the Children's Trust. It's my job to have a broad brush to try to challenge the Children's Trust to move forward. Commissioner Stroberger, did you have your line on?
Yeah, I think what Chairman Kohler is saying is this sounds like an unfair tax to the rest of the county. Now, I was happy to see that Lauren Merritt was in D1, and Laura is in D1, and Enid is from D5. And this is benefiting kids outside of the city, But 1.2 and 2.4 doesn't sound equitable to me either. So I'm not against it. The idea of a children's trust sounds great, as long as all the kids have access to those funds. I think that's my only issue with it. It just feels unfair to some of the kids. That's it.
So I was hearing the tax, and so it's great that we say all kids because the poor are going to be with us always, even to the end of the world. And so, quite frankly, you're not going to save every child in 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, as they say with a strategic plan. But I would be remiss if I didn't sit here and talk about the collateral material, the billboard, the flyers, the commercials that were utilized to get this tax passed. This tax was passed on the back of black and brown children in billboards, and those are the children that they commercialize. Those are the children that they utilize, and those are the little children that they drug out to get people to pass this vote. And then if you look at the numbers of where the votes came from this tax, and I agree with you, we need more services in District 3. But when you look at where those votes came from hopeless people seeking hope for a better opportunity. That's where it came. And so all of a sudden when it passes, listen, I'm anti-tax. When it passes, all of a sudden we are saying we need to be all-inclusive. It doesn't matter what your income is. It doesn't matter if you live in the pocket of poverty. We just should make sure that it's equally distributed to all children. Well, that's unfair. Eventually, it may get to all children. But the very specific targeted audience that you raise the back of this money on are the people that we should try and improve first. And that's simple. So I get what everybody's saying. All the children? No, it wasn't all the children. It was all the children in the pockets of poverty that we passed this tax on, and their grandparents went out and voted for it, with no hope. And quite frankly, they're not the ones that's getting paid. And Mike, I'm with it. I mean, if people are performing services, that they were doing it as a volunteer, and now they're getting paid, and we got to administrate, I'm certainly against that. But I'm certainly going to advocate for those who the backs of this tax was passed off of, and that was those little kids. And I can tell you what, I got a whole folder of the collateral material that they use in the advertising to pass this tax. So I just want to get that point of claim. None of you were here. So I'm just giving you that information.
I voted for it. I just made that clear. Commissioner Stroberger?
But this isn't the Escambia Some of the Children's Trust. It's the children. It's all of Escambia. It should be serving all the kids, not just downtown. It shouldn't just be serving kids downtown.
Well, I tell you the truth. I mean, since gentrification, ain't no poor children downtown. I get it. It should be served everybody all across Escambia County. I agree with you.
Amen to that. Commissioner Hoffberger, your light was on?
Yeah, I do want to make it important to note, like Lauren spoke about her 2 kids, and Lauren probably has the means to find them private schools and things like that. And I understand not every family is fortunate enough to be able to afford that. But one of the things that she spoke about is there were no resources available. So it doesn't matter how much money she has or how much money she doesn't have. If the resources aren't there, the resources aren't there. So I look at Children's Trust as providing those resources that meet a need that wouldn't be there no matter how much money somebody has. So I think that's a really important thing to look at. So I just want to make sure that we're shedding light on that as well.
That's a good comment.
And Mike, I cut you off. So
Well,
and
I'll finish
I
up. It's
apologize.
okay. I mean, do you have another comment?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you were in the middle of asking questions, and
I'm
I just
going to
wanted
wrap up because it's
No,
getting
you're good.
late,
I just
but
wanted to
want to say a
respond.
couple other things because, and I'm going to be short because it's getting late. But obviously, I thought security with my nursing background is the foundation on Maslow's hierarchy for kids to be safe. I still believe that. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen kids that have lived in these environments. When I did ER, it's heart-wrenching. Programs are important, but if someone doesn't feel safe, it doesn't matter. They won't come out of the house. I mean, anyone that's did home health or seen some of the communities I represent, they're not safe communities, and these kids don't get out of their house. But I'm a man of my word, and I will honor the interlocal because we came back, and that will open up opportunities with the other money for cameras and things in my district that I've challenged Wes with to make these parks and areas safe. I mean, I wish I could take you guys on some field trips. I know Commissioner May knows this stuff. So you could see some of the parks I represent in District 2, the kids can't even go and play because there's homeless and drugs and pornography. I mean, these are all real stories. We had to take the table out of Mayfair because they were doing drugs and having sex at the park. I mean, it's like, I need to see that we're moving forward. But I will support the interlocal, but I reserve the right.
Mike, and let me add to your comment, because, I mean, you've taken the lead on this, and I think that you've showed great leadership. And I agree with you. When people start saying that, you know, parks are not for youth, who's on a baby swing? Children are. Who's on the merry-go-round? Children are. And I don't care how good your programming is. If children can't walk and they got to get in the middle of the road to get to a location, then it's unsafe. Your programming can be great, but if children can't get there, and I've said this all along into all of our neighborhood programs and community centers, if you're having to buy a bunch of vans, you're not serving that neighborhood. I mean, your kids should be able to walk to community centers, walk to resource centers. Yeah. So when you see people spending a bunch of money on vans, and I would say this, Mike, a capital outlay isn't a capital outlay. Whether that capital outlay is a van to provide for children, or whether it's a laptop to provide for a child, or whether it's a sidewalk or swing, a capital outlay is a capital outlay. So in no way am I saying that you were wrong. I was just simply, as a person of both boards, trying to reach a compromise and get the money to the children and be able to free up money to do the things that you said. And this all started not with you. It started with Sheriff Chip Simmons and myself.
Yeah,
and it really started with 3 children getting shot in the Montclair area, and when we spent a ton of money at the Montclair School through the Children's Trust, and parents were saying, our children can't come from Aries Boulevard, they can't come from Diego Circle to get across that school once it gets dark in October and November. And Sheriff Simmons said, I can't do anything unless I get some cameras and some lights.
Well,
So that's
great
how
point. When we went to
this story
Wedgwood the other
started.
day, and you put cameras up, you know what everyone said there in that community? We feel safer to go use the community center and walk down the sidewalk to it.
People forget, we had 12 people get shot
That's
in
not my
Wedgwood.
district, it's yours, but I heard it like 5 times.
Right, absolutely. And we had to find the money to put those. When you got 12 people shoot, you have a shooting, it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars investigation. So, you know, we had a shooting in Wedgwood with 12 people getting shot, so we had to get cameras. And so cameras play a vital role in solving crimes, and we want our children to be safe. Our number one priority as an elected official is the public safety of the citizens, so I recognize that, Mike.
So I'm going to finish up, and then whoever wants to make the motion, but I reserve the right, will support the interlocal, but Lindsay, I want to work with you, and I mean it, on these West Side schools. This is not acceptable to me, and if I don't see progress, I will challenge this board to put this on the ballot. I don't want to do that. I don't know if we have 3 votes, but we have got to do better. And for everyone that's part of the Children's Trust, I'm not against you, I'm for you, but I do believe in equity for all kids and poor kids on the West Side. So that's all I have.
Will you advocate for a middle school in District 3? Because we don't have one.
Well, of course. I mean,
well,
that's a school board issue, but yeah, I would. I mean, where do you want me to get the school board issues? Jay, want to make the motion, or where we?
Madam Attorney, can you clear up the motion that we need to
Okay.
make? And so I guess we'll be getting the 3 years, we'll get it back for youth services programs. Can you clear it up?
So remember, the underlying reason we're here and the underlying question is whether we are granting or denying the requested exemption from the Children's Trust. So if what you support is the idea of this interlocal agreement, which we have negotiated out, then I would suggest, and I did email to you all this afternoon, an option, which is to move that the county grant the exemption as requested by the Children's Trust, also approve the attached proposed interlocal agreement with the trust, and authorize the chairman to execute the interlocal agreement, or to otherwise allow the county attorney's office to revise the terms if they get changed by the Children's Trust, because they have not executed it yet. And if that's the case, we would bring it back to you for final vote. But if they don't change it, your authorization would be good tonight, and the chairman could sign it.
Well, Meredith, if we prove this, you're not going to play games with the board, right?
No, of course not. The board has voted to send to you the interlocal agreement as presented, with full expectation that our chair would sign if acceptable to this board.
Right, so the motion would be conditioned upon the trust entering into the interlocal agreement as anticipated and as in the backup. That's your first choice. The only other choice I feel like you have is you move to deny the requested exemption, adopt the staff findings that are in your backup. That's all those things that Clara provided to you all a couple months ago. And then we would have direction from you all to have OMB invoice the Children's Trust for the outstanding CRA TIF monies, and I would suggest give them 90 days or 60 days or something for full payment. So that's A or B. So
Lumen, it's A.
Well, that's up to the board. The interlocal, but just so you understand, the interlocal would address the 2021, 2022, 2024, and 2025 tax years. The 25 tax year hasn't even occurred yet, so it would be 4 years' worth of CRA TIF monies. Those amounts for the 3 years that are already known are spelled out in the interlocal. If you wanted to make it specific, if you want to deny the exemption, then I would suggest you specify which years you were directing OMB to bill for.
So, Allison, what would prohibit us from going ahead and extending it for the life of the trust tax? I mean, going 2026, 2027 to 2028.
Lumen, I have no interest in that. I want to go and see if we make some changes.
Mike, I didn't ask you your interest. I asked her what would prohibit us from doing it.
This is what we've been able to negotiate. There's been back and forth. I know they've had a couple of discussions about this at the trust. This does encapsulate 4 tax years, and I will say it does resolve the outstanding issue of the 21 and 22 tax years, which we had been previously concerned about. So I just suggest that this does resolve at least 4 years' worth of payments.
And I'm good, Mike. Mike, and I respect that. I don't want to be back here, for this show.
But we're voting on the agreement that we have now. I don't want to, we'd have to go back, and I think we're at a good place right now. I just think that we should.
No, I just asked the question, that's all.
Okay.
So we would have to come back and grant another exemption when, Allison?
This would make us good until the 2026 tax year. So you'd be talking about this in 2027, right? Yeah, because, yeah.
Well, does someone want to make a motion, or, I mean, where are we at?
I'll make the motion as long as Allison clarifies it. Can you repeat it again, or do I just
Okay.
need to? Yeah.
Your first option is, I move that the county grant the exemption as requested by the Children's Trust, approve the attached proposed interlocal agreement with the trust, and authorize the chairman to execute the interlocal, or if it does not get signed by the trust, then to bring it back with the changes that they provide, and that the motion is conditioned upon the trust entering into the interlocal agreement with the county.
Absolutely. And you don't expect any changes, correct, Meredith?
No, not at all.
So that'll be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Trust Fund.
Lindsay, let's get to work.
All right, let's get to work, Lindsay. All right. 533 is public hearing to consider adoption of rescinding the resolution of the assessment rates for the fire protection service for Santa Rosa Island location with the unincorporated area. We have one speaker, Keith Bowe. Is Keith here? Yeah, we do. Keith, stand down. Stand down. I'm sorry. We don't have any speakers on 533. Do I have a motion to move forward?
Yes, so moved.
Is there a second? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. I think, Madam Attorney, you wanted me to move up Cat 1.1.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do request that you bring up the first item from the county attorney's report, which is the proposed interlocal agreement relative to fire services with the SRIA.
I have no problem moving up Cat 1.1. Is there a motion there's no speakers.
Mr. Chairman, I move the interlocal.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All right, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. And now we're at 534, which is the increase in the fire protection municipal service bond for the county, basically mainland. And there's no speakers. Do I have a motion to move forward?
I'd like to make a motion to move it forward.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Commissioner May, that was a second. Commissioner Stroberger, did you want to make a comment? Because we can. There's a motion to second. I'm going to make a comment. You know what? I'll make a comment now before we do this, because we've passed 533. We've moved Cat 1.1. And before we vote on this, I just would like out there, this wouldn't have happened without the leadership of Mike Burns. When I sat down with him and Allison and Stefan, well, I guess a few months back, he went back to Santa Rosa Island Authority He got that passed 4-2. And I think it's important we identify what happened there. The Santa Rosa Night Authority voted to increase the lease fees by 25%. We were basically getting $22,000 a month for the firehouse out at the beach. That beach costs Stefan $2.4 million a year. I think that's what you told me. That will be paid for now, and we'll have some additional money for beach access, which I believe your folks are very happy with. So kudos to that, and kudos to the SRI for moving this
Mike.
forward.
So I would have a question. So I mean, I hear what you're saying. Beach lease fees were 100% at one time, and then we reduced
That's
them down,
true.
and we reduced them down to 50%.
Yeah, but they didn't pay property taxes at that point, so.
Yeah, excuse me, Ashley, but so then not 75, so great comments on what you're saying. And quite frankly, Ashley, the point, and you represent that district, I'm glad you intervened. 50, 75, 100, I just want to make sure that the difference between 75 and 100%, they could get more services. They could get the signs. They could get all the things that they want. I don't want to be back here with Santa Rosa Island and be saying we need more things a year from now, messing around with the lease fee. I mean, I want actually to assist you and get everything that you can get now. And so just want to lay that out there. And, we look at different TIFs. I mean, people that live in CRAs, we designate that money there. I'm all for putting the money on the beach. But I certainly want to recognize that, at one time it was 100%, and then we reduced it 50% because we were in litigation. Actually, is the reason that came down. I remember it very well and have talked enough to Chris Jones to understand it. So I'm happy to support, but I certainly want to just put that on the record, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And Stefan, we're going to bring in like 3.4 million. Is that the right number on the beach? Is that what Mike is estimating that's going to come in on that lease fee increase? Okay, you want to come up. You didn't want to give me a thumbs up. It's more complicated? All right. Okay, come on up.
Yes, sir. I believe that you are correct that was Mike's estimation. So it will generate some additional dollars that ultimately benefit the Island Authority, which is a little excess capacity, if you will, versus what our cost is to run Station 13.
Okay, thank you. This is a big move forward for public safety. As most people know, we've been taking over $10 million a year out of the general fund to support fire. And I know it's painful sometimes, but it's been since 2013. So there's a motion and second on 534. Can we vote? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all.
That's on the
We just did 534. There was a motion second, then we had discussion, and then we voted. You go with that, Madam Attorney? Okay. All right. Where are we at now?
Clerk's report.
Oh, yeah, clerk and comptroller's report.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before I start, I would like to speak on item number 58 of the Budget and Finance agenda.
Okay, you're
And so
throwing
we
a
can do that.
swinger at us. What is 58?
58 is the community support
Oh,
funds
okay.
for the
Yeah,
American
please, go
Legion.
ahead.
And so I can do that now or during,
I'd prefer to do it later. I mean,
Okay.
I'll allow you the time to do that when we
Yes,
get
sir.
to that, if that's okay with the board.
So there's-
Cody, just so we can stay on track, if you
yes, sir.
don't mind.
So there's 5 items on the clerk's report. 4 are filing of documents with the board. The first is the TDT collection data for the month of May. The second is the May investment report. The third is a proof of publication for unclaimed funds for courtside operations of the clerk's office. The fourth is a filing regarding annexation from the city. And the fifth is a recommendation concerning minutes and reports prepared by clerk to the board.
Move the clerk's report.
Is there a second? Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Cody. We're at GMR, Horace. Thank you. GMR 1. We have no speakers either.
Yes, sir. For tonight, we have the rezoning KZ 2025-03 of the plan from medium density residential to high density residential. The planning board made a recommendation for approval.
Yeah, this is my district. I don't have a issue with it. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, there are no speakers?
No speakers.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the planning board's recommendation from HDR, I'm sorry, from MDR to HDR.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
And that's
Please.
A and B in the item.
Okay, yeah, correct. A and B, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Horace,
Just,
545.
The next item is to amend the official zoning map for the preceding KZ 2025-03.
Move the 545.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Team, we have a speaker on 1.3. Go ahead, or 546. Horace, you want to
The
present
next
it?
items is to review the 546. This is the capital improvement plan to review and adopt.
Okay, Keith Bowe, you're up to speak on this, if you'd like to come up.
What I'd like to address here is primarily what we have a problem with in the major artery system of our highways through the TPO. I'm not opposed, nor do I, to what's being on here, I'm not opposed. But what I want to bring to the attention of this board is at the previous long-term planning committee of the citizens of the workshop for the long-term, basically, we're not getting enough participation and involvement, I believe, with the TPO, which is highly bloated, very ineffective, and it needs to be streamlined. What the citizens, there were 2 committee members, myself and one from District 4, and there were 2 public members that were there when we were addressing this. And we were looking at how the money is getting to improve these major highways after the development. And we talked about what could be done as far as getting between impact fees or just the fees to get ahead of the projects that are going in with the development rather than having it follow on. All right, let me use an example and see if I can bring this into focus. If we take a look at what our 5-year plan is, we don't have much going on in the next 5 years. Everything is actually in the 5 to 50-year plan as far as Sorrento Road, Gulf Beach Highway, which is number 15 versus number 5. If you take a look at what's planned for Blue Angel Parkway, it's extremely bloated and it's very, very cost heavy for what we're getting. We need to take a look at what the TPO is planning early on in the process so we can streamline what we actually need versus what looks good, you know, with the functionality of these roads. If you take a look at the Blue Angel Parkway plan, I mean, it's got an awful lot of land expansion in there. It's going to have a lot of drainage problems. And the amount of money that is put into that could actually be, that project could be cut down to half the size, and still be functional, still be widened, and the extra money could go to Sorrento Road or Gulf Beach Highway. What I'm saying is we need to have more participation, more public awareness of the impact that the TPO has with our major state roads. I know it sounds like, well, that's a state problem, but it's not. It's all directed by the commissioners here on this panel, and they do listen and they do follow. The problem is,
Keith, wrap up your thoughts, please.
Okay, like they have the 7-layer cake plan. That is the most bloated, inefficient portion of the TPO that I've ever seen, and I think we need to take a look at how this is all structured and see if we can't streamline it.
Okay, thank you, Keith. There's no further speakers on the 546. Is there, and I appreciate your comments, Keith.
Move the 546.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner May off the dais. Horace, we're at GMR 2, and there's no speakers on.
Yes, sir. The next items, you have the recommendation concerning final plat approval for Brookhaven Phase 4.
There's no speakers. I have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the item A through D.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, please vote. Motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner Dias, or Commissioner May off the dais. We're at number 2.
Yes, so next item is recommendation concerning preserve at Russell Crossing permit.
I have no problem with this if someone would make a motion. There's no
All right.
speakers.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the item for you then. A through D, move the item.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner May at the dais. We're at number 3, no
Yes, so the
speakers.
next item is concerning recommendation of the Navy Crossing Abrogation Easement.
I'm in the same boat. It's in my district. I have no problem.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I move the item then, A through C.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner May at the dais. Okay, we're at G, Mark consent agenda
And then we
3.
have our consent agenda for August 7, 2025.
Okay, there's no speakers. Is there a motion to move A through E?
Move the consent agenda.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Horace.
Thank you.
Mr. Marino, we're at the County Administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 19 items on the technical public service consent agenda. Please make the following change. Amend CAR 1-19 to add the Association of Inspectors General to the list of approved memberships. Please hold CAR 1-3 and 1-8 for speakers.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move the balance.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, please vote. All right, we have one speaker, well, we have several speakers on 1-3. Our first speaker is Diane Crummell.
All right, y'all moved right along, so thank you for that. I'm here because the public made it clear that they want public beaches, and I'm the leader and the founder of the grassroots movement known as Save Pensacola Beach that handed Matt Gaetz his first piece of failed legislation in 2017 when he tried to privatize the publicly owned lands on Santa Rosa Island, better known as Pensacola Beach. We then went on to get a referendum passed in 2018 with 80% of the voters standing with us in support of preserving our public beaches. And then in 2019, we got a local ordinance passed that added another layer of protection. The commission heard our voters. We organized with the people from the left, the right, and the middle. The message from the people you serve was clear and concise. They wanted to keep the beaches publicly owned, and they wanted it to be able to enjoy it with their families. I am so grateful that the commission understands how important that is. Commissioner Strohberger, I want to thank you for listening to the people and killing the Galvez Landing project and moving that $3.6 million back to Beach Access Project. This is indeed a rare opportunity to expand public beach access on Perdido Key, and you must capitalize on it. They aren't making any more beachfront property, and we need to maximize this opportunity. The only way we're going to get more public beach access right now is to purchase it. The beach is the economic engine that drives our coastal communities. This beach access is a win-win for everyone. The people get to enjoy the beautiful, pristine beaches, the beautiful waters, and the county reaps the money that flows in because of it. I understand we need $1 million more to make this happen. Over time, $1 million investment now turns into many millions of dollars. It's hard to find things that are of more value than our public beaches. It's a fallacy to say that we can't do it because the owner wants more than its appraised value. That happens all the time. We have the local option sales tax funds to pay for it, and we have the Restore Act money to pay for it. Commissioners, you will never, ever get the opportunity. Well, you might get it, but I'm going to say you probably never get the opportunity that you have right now, and that's why you've got to stick with the Restore Act project as it was written and buy more public beach access at Perdido Key. I am asking the commissioners to please vote for yes to fund the additional $1 million needed to expand Beach Access 3. And thank you, and please, let's do this for the people. They voted, you all heard their voices, you know how they want it, and you were elected to serve the will of the people. So I'm asking you please to move forward with Beach Access 3. Again, Commissioner Strohberger, thank you so very much for moving that money and listening to the people over about the Galvez Landing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crummell. Commissioner Berry, is your light on, or do you have a comment?
I apologize.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Margie Perkison is up next. And Lori Newman, you're on deck.
Hi, my name is Margie Perkerson, and I am part of Save Pensacola Beach grassroots movement. And I believe in public beaches for the people. And I know that Perdido Key needs the money to keep that public area open for the people of that area. And I want my kids and grandchildren to be able to enjoy public beaches as it was meant to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments. Mrs. Newman, Lori Newman?
Hi there. My name is Lori Newman, and I am also part of the original Save Pensacola Beach grassroots movement. Commissioner Strohberger, I want to thank you for listening to the people and killing the Galvez Landing project and moving that $3.6 million back to the beach access project. I am here to ask the commissioners to vote yes to fund the additional $1 million needed to expand beach access number 3. There's only a finite amount of beach property available, and the only way we're going to get more public beach access right now is to purchase it. Commissioners, you have the unique opportunity to do that today and ensure that our beaches are there for future generations to enjoy with no barriers. I believe that every one of you, as commissioners, want to do what's right for the citizens of Escambia County and want you to do what's right for your constituents. And we all know that you know how much this beach access means not only to the people of Perdido Key, but all the citizens of Escambia County. Commissioner Strohberger, I applaud you for responding to your constituents the way you have, and the returns will be exponentially greater. Wherever you get the $1 million from, you will return many more millions to this county, and you will be commended for that. Commissioners, I know when there's a will, there's a way, and I believe in you, and I appreciate you for being so committed to serving the people that you were elected to represent. Please vote yes to the additional funding necessary to expand beach access number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Rob Newman? Come on up, Rob, you're right there.
Excuse me. Yeah, my name is Rob Newman, and I'm here to also ask you to please vote yes to that proposition that Lori was speaking about for the beach, the funds for the beach access, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mel Pino, you're on deck, and then Kevin, Mel, you're up, and Kevin, you're on deck. Or either way, vice versa. However wants to go first. You're the last two.
Can I do movie night for 30 seconds, sir?
Pardon me?
Can I do 30 seconds of movie night?
Oh, yeah, I'll give you a few seconds. How long did you work on that shirt? Just
2017, sir. 2018 and still going.
Okay. Are you
All right.
getting there, Kevin? We getting close? All right. Push on. All right, we'll start your time now. Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, some may remember this, some may not. This is not the video that I wanted.
Okay.
There we go. We're going with this one right here. It does have sound.
Okay.
There was.
No one would ever know that my Lord's people had lived at home. His was a tale of sorrow.
And that was it.
Can we play it again? Just kidding. Go ahead, Kevin.
At one point, the public was called the cooler draggers to try to keep them off the Perdido Key beaches. Beach access 4. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. 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 It's still the Gulf of Mexico to all of you. Oh, right there, Gulf of Mexico. Oh, the long, hard fight. Many, many people, slumlords, wanted to make sure the unwashed masses did not come to Perdido Key beaches. And the shenanigans and more shenanigans and more shenanigans and more shenanigans. Please use the money, take this, do it quick before all the extra horrible drilling happens to go ahead and pollute the beaches so that we might get another restore. But this, it was fun making the video. And the people that I got to go ahead and keep coming to the meetings with are quite dear to me, very, very dear to me. And that Beach Access 4 almost quadrupled the amount of public beach access on Perdido Key. And if you can do this, like bring Beach Access 3 all the way to the state park, absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Mel, you're up next.
Thank you, Chairman Kohler, Melissa Pina, 413 Southeast Bob. You asked how long. But first, I want to sincerely thank Commissioner Strohberger, because you know what? Doug wouldn't have done that. Never would have gotten any response to public input. And the thing that he never understood is that it was so easy to fight him, just in general, because he was against anything that was for the good, and he was for anything that was horrible. So he always really thought that we were politicking against him when we were coming with our hearts for stuff like beach access. He just thought it was, you know, just because we were against him. The answer to your question is 2019. Since then, that we were trying to keep, you know, Galvez Landing preserved. 2014 is when Kevin and I started advocating for environmental issues. 2018 is when we started working pretty much on the daily for free, sometimes 12, 14 hours a day for 6 solid years. We worked for many causes, but right at the top, primarily beach access. Diane Crummell died advocating for beach access. No, I mean, she literally died.
She's smiling behind you.
Well, because she did. Her heart gave out on the table while she was coming to save Pensacola Beach, and that's around the time that she and I met. And she's such a fighter. She never gave up because she is the beating heart of public access, and knew that she wanted to get back onto the beach with the people that she loved. And we made that video such a long time ago. That was Diane and I down there too that day. Commissioner May, that was such a long time ago that on that phone call that you took with Diane that day, you told her to get me under control. You said I was getting out of control.
That order didn't work.
Oh, that's how long ago it was. And Commissioner,
Thanks, Diane. I appreciate all your hard work.
you know, I've been knowing you longer than you've been knowing anybody on that dais. We started out friends and allies. And I mean this. Commissioner Burgash ought to have Beach Access 4 named after him. Get this sucker open, and then your name and his name will be out there. Let's just move past it all. Let's start putting good projects on the ground and starting doing good things, you know, for the county. We can. Let's just let bygones be bygones, and whatever you need to get that money you need to close that gap. We got Beach Mouse funds too, so please work to get that expanded for us once and for all.
Mel, thank you. I'd be in favor of the BS Beach, Burgash, Strohberger. All right, that's all the speakers.
So maybe I'll give Diane and you something else to fight about by calling Beach Access 3 Strohberger Landing. We're going to rename it. We're going to rename it Strohberger Landing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We're not there. Is there any other comments? Because that was all the speakers. Do we want to have a motion to move this forward? Most of the speakers are with you.
I'd like to make a motion to move it forward, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, please. Do you have a comment?
No.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all for your comments.
I just want to compliment you, Commissioner Strober. Great job. I mean, we all have issues in our district, but you've just shown great leadership. I'm glad to support you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, okay, y'all. We're at 1-8, and we have several speakers. Elizabeth Domani Turner Ward is our first speaker. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Good evening. It says afternoon on this paper. It is now evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dewani Turner Ward, and I'd like to express some serious concerns regarding the County Administrator's Report, Agenda Item 8, regarding ICE. In the agenda item, increasing public safety is given as a justification for this action. I would argue that executing this proposed MOA would have the opposite effect. How can anyone feel or be safe if government employees are sanctioned to violate the Constitution? Increasing ICE activity in our area will only make residents more fearful, and this fear is justified. As we have seen time and time again, ICE currently exercises a detain first, ask questions later approach, often leading to wrongful detainment of citizens and other legal residents. The detention centers in which such individuals are then held are incredibly inhumane, with conditions no one should have to endure, regardless of immigration status. Reports from the so-called Alligator Alcatraz, published in CBS News on July 9, 2025, include flooding, lack of access to water, inadequate maggot-infested food, withholding of medication, and detainees being told they do not have a right to religion. Most importantly, these detainees are being denied due process, something constitutionally promised to citizens and non-citizens alike. I urge the board against ratifying this MOA with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I think someone earlier this evening said it better than I ever could have, which is, please find yourselves. Please stand up for your community, do what is right rather than what's easy. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Charlie Dial, I hope I'm saying that right. Is Charlie Dial in the audience? Yes. Okay, I hope I'm not. And Dexy Payne is on deck. So Charlie, if you'd come on up, we'd like to hear your comments.
My phone died, so I had to get it off someone else's. All right. Hello. I'm also here to ask y'all not to approve the addendum to expand the memorandum of agreement with ICE. This addendum is terrible for our community for many reasons. Moral arguments aside, and everyone's political beliefs about immigration aside, our tax dollars should not be paying our local law enforcement to do ICE's job for them. Full stop. But now for the moral and political arguments, which I hope that you do not dismiss. Deaths in ICE custody are up this year. 13 deaths already so far this fiscal year, which is above the average, which it's on the rise. And over half of those deaths have been in Florida. The governor and the president's remarks about going after criminals and bad people has proven to be a racist lie intended to distract us while they raise the cost of housing, insurance, cost of groceries, and they instigate wars in pursuit of profit. But we won't be distracted. A full half of ICE arrests this year have been of people with no criminal record. And just because someone lacks the right papers, it doesn't mean that they deserve to die in an ICE holding cell, which is beginning to happen more frequently. They also don't deserve to be rounded up and sent to a concentration camp in the Everglades, all for some political theater. These are members of our community, and frankly, I don't care how they entered this country. These contributing members of our society are our neighbors, our coworkers, they're cooking our food and building our houses, and it is the county's responsibility to make decisions that best serve the interests of its residents. Further cooperation with ICE is not in our interests. Excuse me. ICE has perpetually become more and more lawless and dangerous since its inception in 2003. Under every president, regardless of party affiliation. And while this addendum doesn't involve ICE's physical presence in Escambia County being increased, I still don't trust them with our inmates. I mean, the amount of people dying in their custody is rising, and this addendum will essentially, for anyone who doesn't know, who may be here for different items, will encourage our local police force to basically facilitate us delivering our inmates to ICE, for them to do with what they will. While the number of ICE inmates are dying is increasing, we've all seen, I wrote down, oh, my time is almost up. Okay. All right, I'll leave you with 2 quotes. One by Anne Frank. She said, "Terrible things are happening outside at any time of night and day. Poor, helpless people are being dragged out of their homes. Families are torn apart, men, women, and children separated. Children come home from school to find that their parents have disappeared."
Thank you, Charlie. I appreciate your comments.
All right.
Dexy Payne, I don't know if it's Dixie or Dexy Payne. Is that individual here in the audience, or did they leave? Okay, we'll move on to Miss Grosso Alfonso, I think. I may be saying this name wrong. If I am, I apologize. And then Raylene Solis is on deck.
So I don't really have anything written. What's going on right now in this country, it's not being hidden. We're seeing the videos on our phones. I'm sure y'all have seen the absolute lawlessness that ICE is just conducting right now with their actions. They are barging into homes without a warrant, literally busting down doors. They are beating people on the streets. Like Charlie mentioned, people who are in these ICE detention centers, or what I like to call them concentration camps, are literally they're dying. Those are human beings, right? And we don't just need thoughts and prayers for those people. We actually need material actions to be able to stop all of this. And that can start small. That can start from the bottom. That is what we are trying to do right now, speaking to you. Right now in this community, we're doing a lot of good work around immigration. I am one of the organizers who is going out there giving people red cards. If you don't know what that is, you probably shouldn't be up here, who are giving people red cards, who are letting people know their rights, and trying to prevent these like lawless raids from happening. But the thing is, at this point, ICE is doing whatever the heck they want. Red cards are becoming rosaries. At this point, it just gives people hope, but if somebody has a red card, ICE will still barge into the door, bust their door down, and take away a mother from her children, a father from his children, whatever it may be. And whatever task law enforcement, whatever task you allow law enforcement to do to assist ICE, it's not, I don't care how small it is, it shouldn't happen. We shouldn't be assisting ICE in any of its actions, because it is absolutely lawless, against the Constitution, because red cards invoke somebody's Fifth Amendment. It says you don't have to speak to this agent, you don't have to sign any of their documents, anything like this, but ICE agents will tell you otherwise. They will lie to people. They are literally breaking the law. We do not, and we should not, be helping them in anything, whether that's transportation, whether that's logistical tasks, like, I don't know, working on a spreadsheet, I don't care. We should not be assisting ICE in this, and like I said, it starts from the bottom, and we are hoping that this pressure that we are building right now will move you to do something, or to at the very least resist. I know there's a limit to how many to what exactly you can do, but there's something. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Raylene Solis.
All right. Good evening. My name is Raylene. I was born in Pensacola, raised in Milton, and I'm a current resident in Escambia County. I am already opposed to the current agreement this county has with ICE, and today I'm urging this board to reject the expansion of the memorandum of agreement, because we have seen how seeing how the current administration in the White House has emboldened and empowered ICE to commit horrible, inhumane, and unconstitutional acts disregarding human rights, as stated by several members in this audience already. ICE agents are kidnapping people regardless of status and regardless of offenses, as we have already seen with U.S. citizens getting detained and even deported. And I know that my status and others that may or may not look like me does not matter when ICE has made it loud and clear they are racially profiling people. These reasons and more are why myself and others in this room are here to reject all cooperation with ICE, and especially any expansion of our local law enforcement to aid with ICE functions. Thank you.
Declan, you're up next. Declan? And after Declan will be Karen Elizabeth.
Hi. My name is Declan McGurk. I'm a resident, student, and worker here in Escambia County. This is my first ever public Escambia County Commission Board meeting, and this was a very interesting one to be my first. I appreciate how much work you all do in one night, but this issue is it's a different beast from all the other issues that were on the docket, and I just want to take a second so that we all remember that. People are dying right now. People are dying under ICE in Florida. I've already seen multiple news articles from different people across the state. And what I really don't want to see is a PNJ article about that happening in Escambia County. When FPL came and they did a public forum, the people of Pensacola really came out and spoke against them. And I'm really proud to be a Pensacola resident because of that. I went to the public meeting that FPL had in Panama City, and it was nothing like what we have in Pensacola. Us Pensacolians and people from Escambia County, we are unique in how strong our community is, and I'm really proud of that. We spoke out against FPL, and I hope that works out. We spoke out against Scott Yenner, and we were able to topple him, and now he's no longer the chair of the board of UWF, and now we can speak out against ICE. You, Commissioner Kohler, asked earlier if we want strong commissioners who are going to speak out, and no matter how loud that gavel was, it was a resounding yes from the crowd. We want strong commissioners who are going to speak out for us, please. We elected you because we want you to represent us. How are you going to tell us what we do and do not want? We do not want ICE. We do not want our dollars going to ICE and funding people actually dying. The last thing I want to say is to the community. I saw a lot of people come up here and we talked about the Gulf of Mexico for like almost an hour. And while I feel very passionate about this issue as well, I'm very saddened to see a lot of people leave right after that. I think that that's exactly what was intended with this. I think a lot of people pointed to this as well, that it's a distraction. And it's a distraction for all the people in the Gulf Coast, which is the people that are going to be affected by ICE more than anybody else. So please, for anyone in the community, please remember that we all have to stand in solidarity with each other. Every issue is even if it's an issue of only our neighbors or coworkers, it's also our own issue. We of Pensacola are unique in how strong our community is, and let's never forget that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Karen Elizabeth, are you out there, Karen? I think I got that right. Karen Elizabeth, are you still in the audience? Oh, you're coming up. Thank you, Karen. And Alex Hatley's on deck.
Hi, and good evening. Almost night. It's past my bedtime. I'm a mom of 2 toddlers. It is way past my bedtime. I guess I will start that I am one of the educated, meddlesome mothers that stood with UWF and different things around our community. I live here and I'm raising my children here. My husband keeps our community safe. And I am here to ask you to denounce any partnership with ICE that is being presented as a way to keep our community safe and healthy when we see that it is not happening that way across our country. I do not understand how a simple click-through virtual course will prepare our deputies to assist ICE in any way that will be considered helpful. To me, this looks much closer to harassment than public safety. Our local law enforcement has built a fairly good relationship with our community, unlike we've seen in neighboring communities with acorn issues. But this proposal sounds like the start of something much more sinister and can be and will be unchecked. How will these new powers be used? Will they target our children's schools, our hospitals, our churches, our beaches, our parks, our community events, our immigration appointments, our local businesses? Because we see that happening. It just hasn't really gotten big here. This is not fake news or fear-mongering, as some like to say. These are our neighbors, our teachers, our chefs, our business owners, our loved ones, our spouses, our children, our grandparents, my children's grandparents. They are part of the backbone of our community, and they deserve to live without constant fear of being snatched, kidnapped, and human trafficked like we have seen in other areas. So it is not under his eye yet, but I refuse to sit silently while we take steps towards that reality. I urge you all to do what is right and continue to be rejecting this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Alex Hatley, oh, there you are. Thank you, Alex. And Rachel Robinson's on deck.
Hello. Thank you for holding this meeting today. My name is Alex, and I'm a local here in Pensacola. I live in Cantonment and have since 2008. Today I am here to speak in opposition of the addendum being discussed today and the memorandum of agreement as a whole. We have seen the cruelty, tactics of intimidation, and excessive use of force used by ICE around the country. People experiencing bodily harm, the windows of their cars smashed in, and breaking down the doors of their homes so ICE can detain them to take them to a detention center where they experience awful and inhumane conditions. The deaths of immigrants being held in these ICE detention centers are increasing. With this addendum, it would only aid in the transference of the detained to ICE for transport to one of these detainment facilities. The conditions of which these facilities experienced by those in them are abhorrent. The local community of Escambia County do not support this and will not stand for the cooperation of our county law enforcement working with ICE to subject those to experience such cruel conditions in this state's own detainment facility dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, where reports and articles are already coming out of the conditions of that facility. Our tax dollars, our law enforcement should focus on other things rather than arresting and detaining those who are just trying to go about their everyday lives, the same as any one of us sitting in this room. The people of Escambia County deserve better and more than those who would remain complicit and active participators in such cruelty. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Rachel, you're up, and Roy Skinner's on deck.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Robinson. Thank you for listening to me tonight. Ideally, I would have liked to have been better prepared to speak tonight. However, I did not think I'd be able to attend this meeting until about 30 minutes before it started, so please bear with me here. I understand that I'm not going to say anything tonight that you all don't already know, but I would like to speak regardless, especially when there are so many voices that are being silenced right now. Those are men, women, and children that are being torn apart from their families. Some are getting sent off to countries that they've never stepped foot in. Others are being shipped off to for-profit prison camps. People are dying in those camps. If you opt to cooperate with ICE, you are going to have blood on your hands. And I want you all to be able to sleep at night. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rachel. Roy Skinner, come on up. And Jasmine Brown, you're up next.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And the first thing I want to say is I thought it was really great that y'all waived the $87,000 in fines for that young soldier. I thought that was pretty outstanding. Okay, I've lived in Escambia County for about 30 years now, and on this subject here. I understand we have 19 Escambia County Sheriff's Office deputies that have been trained by ICE so far. I am against the ECSO assisting ICE in any way because ICE has been detaining black and brown people using heavily armed, masked, and badgeless officers that simply behave like thugs. They are detaining citizens and green card holders without due process. They plan to house these people in concentration camps, 3 of them in Florida. And I got a little bit different background here. I'm a retired correctional officer sergeant who spent 20 years working at Santa Rosa CI. And I've seen the way the state takes care of inmates. And I've heard plenty of worse things about the feds. And anyhow, okay, these detainees these detainees will not be decently cared for. They will be overcrowded and supervised by understaffed, tired, overworked officers. It will be a mess. It's like 5,000 or something like that inmates at one camp. That's not going to be good, folks. Every bit of this is because Trump and his culture wars, which are disgusting. It will be shameful to have our deputies working with ICE. They are only a handful of us speaking out against this, but we represent thousands of Escambia County citizens who oppose this. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Jasmine Brown. Is Jasmine out there? Okay, Jasmine, thank you. And Emily So is up next.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jasmine. I'm at 4344 Langley Avenue, and I've been a resident of Pensacola and of this county my whole life. I'm a concerned resident, and I'm also a resident who's paying attention. I'm here to heartily demand that you deny expanding our already existing agreement with ICE, a relationship that already legitimizes a state Gestapo. I and other people of conscience should reject this memorandum of agreement. In this political climate where average citizens are getting snatched up by alleged ICE agents, and I say alleged because we see them ambushing people with concealed faces. In this climate, you as a leadership body of this area should be prioritizing safety and unity. The people in this community, all of us, we do not gain anything from increased ICE activity. In fact, we lose. When we already have to worry about upcoming intense hurricane seasons, flooding, soaring rent, housing, insurance, and utility costs, all of which are rising above our heads, with a growing population of people on the streets. And I would like for all members of the board to consider this matter to be very serious because people's lives are at stake. And so I find it disrespectful for one member's eyes to be closed while I'm speaking, addressing the board that's elected. So I will continue, hopefully with listening ears. What we have all seen these past weeks by ICE has been the opposite of those values of safety and unity. We've seen outright lawlessness, cases of ICE mistakenly rounding people up and detaining people at their immigration hearings. We've seen them disrupt communities, dehumanize families and workers, and blatantly disregard human life. Meanwhile, it is well documented that aggressive deportation operations are costly, upwards in the billions of taxpayer dollars, and create major labor shocks. I personally do want a board with a spine that doesn't go along with whatever the governor says without critique. Maybe it's to be reelected. I don't know what your motivation is. For the Gulf of America decision, I heard Mr. Kohler before slamming the gavel say that issue was small and that he'll go with whatever the governor says. But if we can't expect you to have a backbone for small things, how can we expect you to when it matters for things that weigh heavier? How can we expect you to not roll over when we face the very worst of what ICE, DeSantis, and Trump have in store? We've looked at the worst atrocities in human history and we ask, how did that happen? How did people let it get to that point? If it gets to that point when we have leaders who are supposed to put people first, but instead they bend at the knee and kiss the ring. Our local law enforcement deepening their relationship with ICE distances the community from feeling safe in their hands. We should measure our community by how our most vulnerable is treated. As stated earlier this evening by whose eyes were closed, our elected officials should be prioritizing public safety. By expanding this agreement for county officers who are fallible to execute more ICE functions, this rolls out the red carpet for more violent repression. It rolls out the red carpet for this to snowball, to keep growing to where DeSantis finds it possible and even righteous
Ms. Brown,
to
can you
build.
wrap up your comments? I want to be fair with everyone.
Absolutely. My final comment says approving this memorandum would be rolling out the red carpet to a process where you cannot guarantee due process. I implore you to
Ms.
stand
Brown,
by
I
families,
have to
workers,
let
and
you go.
citizens. Thank you for
Emily
your time.
So, you have to come up. I got to be fair with everyone.
Good evening. My name is Emil So. Thank you for having the chance for us to speak tonight. Am I correct in the current memorandum of agreement being that there's a collaboration with people who are in Escambia County facilities, and this would expand to detentions and transportations outside of those facilities? Is that correct?
It's your time to talk. When we're done, we'll have a conversation.
Well, I'll just go on. I understand that a lot of the conversation around this issue has been about public safety. The first thing I'd like to do here is remind us all that according to the best figures that we have, the undocumented, the crime rate committed, the rate of crime, the rate at which undocumented people commit crimes is half the rate of the rate at which citizens commit crimes for violent crime. The rate is a third lower for drug offenses, and the rate is a quarter lower for property crime. Just so we're all on the same page about the fact that I don't believe that this is actually about true public safety. I also want to remind us of how ICE has been conducting itself as of late. The people like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who were sent to CCOT without due process. There are currently 7 people who were deported from the United States in the custody of the government of South Sudan, which I'll remind the room is going through unprecedented civil war and famine at the moment. I ask you, and I ask you to ask yourselves, if we do enter this memorandum of agreement with ICE, how we can guarantee that people who are currently residing in Escambia County do not end up in similar situations. How can we guarantee that people who are currently in Escambia County, even if the Sheriff's Department is just assisting a legal federal action, how do we know that our involvement in this does not result in violations of constitutional due process? That is, I think, at the core of why I'm speaking to you here tonight. The last thing I want to say is, legal arguments aside, I'm against this because I believe it is cruel. I believe it is cruel that parents are whisked away off the street before getting the chance to say goodbye to their children. I believe it is cruel when people show up to their immigration meetings, understanding that they will receive a due process and a fair trial before being detained and sent away, regardless of what legal machinations are done to make that legal. And I believe that saying that this is to increase lawfulness is a bit of it's an excuse. And I think that we should not hide behind the law. We should not hide cruelty behind the law. So that's what I'm asking of you today. Do not hide cruelty behind the law and behind any idea that what you're doing is to improve lawfulness, especially by working with an agency that has shown itself to be the least lawful that I've seen in my short lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Judge Meng. Okay, come on up, Judge. And then we got Madeline Hutchinson on deck. That's it after that next one.
How you doing? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm echoing everybody who has just spoken about this issue. Even though I look the way I look, I know I'm an old white guy, so. I retired after 21 years of service, Chairman Kohler, in the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service as well. I went to tech school here years ago at Corey Station. I served with a wide variety of people with various backgrounds, and we as a community cannot in good conscience allow the unchecked cooperation of the militarization and abduction of our friends, neighbors, and family. We are a nation of immigrants. Just ask the native populations here. I wish Larry was here so we could kind of rub that in his face, but that's okay. The same mindset and forces that are deporting Afghani translators who risked and continue to risk their lives to support coalition forces are now going after the people who are the most marginalized and are being terrorized for political gain. The vast majority of them want nothing more than a better life and do the jobs many of us cannot or choose not to do. farmers who harvest our foods, the airmen, the Marines, the sailors, the coasties, the soldiers, caretakers, restaurateurs, a wide variety of folks, right? I mean, I don't want to bend them all into these types of jobs, but these folks are our neighbors, and they are not being given their due process, and instead are being kidnapped from courthouses and communities for trying to do the right thing, as we see in the Fifth and the 14th Amendments. We must heed the warnings of the rise of fascism from those who came before us, those who have survived the horrors of the Jewish Holocaust. They have seen it before, and they are seeing it again. Surely we must take their warnings seriously. There are better ways to do this other than joining up with a modern-day Gestapo. At the very least, it is fiscally unsound at the very least. Undocumented immigrants alone bring in $100 billion in taxes each year while not being able to utilize any of those resources, versus $0 from the same top corporations in this nation. More importantly, in my mind, it's morally repugnant. We must always remember things that were once illegal, such as hiding Jews or drinking from the wrong water fountains, we good Americans now find grotesque. This administration, Stephen Miller, is doing a great job of dividing and conquering us, and in the Venn diagram of morality, we must stay far away from the side of fascism and the Nazification of our communities. That flag out there hasn't meant the same to a lot of people in this country, and as someone who has served that very country, it is starting to feel the same for me. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Madeline Hutchinson, is Madeline, okay. Is there, Madeline, come on up, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Madeline. I'm, like you, an employee of the county. I'm a public school teacher here in Escambia County. I've lived here every year of my life except for when I was 7 years old, and I lived in Alaska. But I decided to sign up to speak literally sitting in the audience right now because I know the committee is primarily concerned, I think, with complying with law, right? Maintaining the feeling that we are complying with federal law, and that Escambia County doesn't have the power to break the law because we feel like it, right? That like passion and even like the inclination to avoid cruelty doesn't really matter because they elected him and he has invested with the federal power to run ICE as he pleases. I don't think you have to answer my questions if I'm up here and would like to ask a question, but I would like to have you think about what behavior from a federal agency you would no longer tolerate. Is there behavior from a federal agency? Is there a culture of a federal agency that you would say we can no longer tolerate, we can no longer cooperate because you are also invested with executing the law that we have put in your hands. And if ICE no longer executes its duty to people who I teach students who've lived here their whole lives who were conveniently born in Vietnam or the Philippines or Mexico or Guatemala or El Salvador that don't know those countries and are gonna go home from my class and their parents are gonna be gone. And I would just like to ask, when do you take your duty more seriously than you take the fear that you're going to look bad because you said no to the federal government? When is ICE going to do something you say, my duty as a law officer means more than compliance? Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. And I appreciate your passion for the subject. Do we have any other speakers? Two. Okay, they signed up? Okay, well, go ahead, whoever's first. Kevin, I guess you're up. No video?
You and I both know that there's nightmares we have. And the lie sold about weapons of mass destruction ended up causing good people to have to do horrific things because they followed orders. There are people in this room who have nightmares because of the things they did when they followed orders. And will you follow orders when all the brown people are gone, all the black people are gone, all the people that may use a pronoun that you didn't grow up using are gone, and you're told, Grandma's too old. All the old people, we're going to go ahead and get rid of them. 52 is old enough. And no. You look at what's happening in Los Angeles right now. This is against the Constitution. We have the most comically, criminally unqualified people being placed in positions in the United States government. Can you, Commissioner, to think that Pete Hegseth has a job that he has, excuse me, replaced 4 stars. 4 stars. Ditched 4 stars. How many 4 stars were told to hit the bricks? Criminally, comically, absolutely wretched people. I cannot, no. And I hope that you would, I hope that this would die for lack of a second, in the least. Absolutely in the least. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, Mel.
Thank you, Melissa, 413 Southeast Boblets. When these young people started getting up and it was this item, it's probably the first BCC meeting I've ever been to that I haven't read the agenda before I came down. We've just been so busy. And my first instinct was to run back and sign up, but I felt like it would be grandstanding. These children, they're kids to me, they're young adults, did not deserve to be thrust into this world. I mean, can any of you imagine what it is like to be making your way in this nightmare? It is an absolute nightmare. When Kristi Noem's dog story came out in her frickin' autobiography, I was crying. I was trying to articulate it, and I said something like, can you imagine being so frickin', except of course, I use the real word, evil, that you know if you insert a story like that into your biography, it's going to appeal to your base. Kevin said, no. She's auditioning. She's auditioning, and she is showing Trump that she is capable of any atrocity and that she wants to be made whatever the head department of atrocities is. And Boyd, Kevin speaks a lot of truths, but he sure hit the nail on the head with that one. The time has come where good Republican people can no longer deny this stuff. So, I mean, you guys can. You can speak the words and you can pretend like you don't really know, and like your news sources are the ones that aren't showing you this stuff. So you're only watching Newsmax, you're only watching, all the crap. And that we don't have much left because everything has been co-opted. If you guys vote for this, if you continue to endorse this kind of stuff, you're coming up on a time where you yourself are going to get somebody killed in a concentration camp. That's the reality. I'm so sorry that this world has gone so wrong that I can't live with myself tonight without speaking that, because I really would rather not say that to y'all. Who would have thought when Kevin and I started coming down to these meetings, we'd be here, man. I mean, it's happening so fast. Shock and awe. Please start at least thinking about doing something to distance yourselves from it as a board and individually.
Thank you, Mel. Eric, you're the last speaker, I think. Eric, you signed up to speak. Is that correct? Okay.
I want to come down, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have no choice but to support this, because if we don't, Trump could declare martial law down here and say that we're not obeying the orders of ICE. I mean, it's a sad situation. I have said the only way we're ever going to solve this immigration problem, take over Mexico, make it part of our country, knock out the drug cartel. All these people want is a better standard of living because they are down there making less than $2 or $3 an hour. And, you know, he wanted to take over Canada, Greenland. And you go in and you get rid of the drug cartels and make the country clean, you could solve this whole problem. And they would have a better standard of living because everybody I've talked to about the Mexican folks, they are very hardworking people. They work a lot harder than some Americans who won't work at all. And it's sad, but you know, I just think that you have no choice but to sign this because if you don't, Trump can send in and take over the county and the city because he can declare martial law because he is the commander-in-chief after all. I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Eric. That's our speakers board. Commissioner, May, you want some discussion?
Yeah, I want to be clear. First, I want to thank these young people for coming out and speaking out. And I would employ Ms. Jasmine Brown to check the record and realize you get more flowers with honey than vinegar and check the track record. I couldn't support this. I didn't support the memorandum in the beginning, have not supported it, and have been very clear. And so I applaud these young people because it may not be directly affecting you but you're speaking out. And the reason I can't support it is simply, for me, it's something that was on my wall when I first got elected that came to me from a friend who simply said this, how I sum it up for me. He said they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. They came for the trade union. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. They came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak up for me. So for me, I'm going to speak up for those people that don't have the ability to speak up for themselves. So I could not support the memorandum, nor will I support this addendum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stroberger.
I can support it. Charlie, you said that you don't care how they got here. I do. I care who comes in my house, and I care who comes in our country. I don't quite understand why we're more in support of criminal illegals, because I'm talking about criminal illegals. Today, I think I saw that there are 600,000 still running around the country, and that's who we know about.
Please,
but we're
put that down, sir.
prioritizing them over American lives. So I don't know how many ICE agents you know. I know a couple. I don't know how many Border Patrol officers you know. I know many. They're good people. They're not committing any crimes. They are protecting us, and this is about protecting us, all of us. So I am in support of this. Some of the hardworking illegals that you're talking about have been hard at work at criminality, and we just don't need it. I don't want it, and you shouldn't want it either. I can appreciate the fact that you think that it's cruel, but we take in 1 million legal residents every year, and it's a lot. We can't take in, 20 million, the estimates have been over the last 4 years? We can't do that, especially when we don't know who they are. I don't have to be the victim of a crime or my granddaughters or any of my children to know it's a bad idea. I'm guessing that you've never been a victim of a crime. Not this kind of crime, because what I've been seeing on TV is unforgivable. Sure is. And it hasn't been by ICE agents. So, anyway, that's all I have to say about it.
Is there any further comments? Chief Pell, how many, I just have a question. How many people have we actually detained in the jail? I just kind of am curious because, I mean, there was a lot of comments here. I'd like to have the facts out there.
Have ICE detainers on them, none that have just an ICE pickup. They're here that have additional state and/or local charges against them.
Do they have criminal records?
Probably. I mean, it's an assumption without me looking.
Oh, hold on. Come on,
To
y'all.
answer your question, yes,
I'm
they've
trying to get facts out, okay?
To answer your question, at minimum, they've been charged locally with a state crime or municipality's crime.
Okay.
That's
All
why,
right.
that's why they're in my custody.
All right. Well, numbers matter. It's important to put that out. I want to.
But Chief, Mr. Chairman, do you mind if
No,
can you elaborate on what type of charges? I mean, were they charged with driving with suspended license or
It can run the entire.
trespassing?
I don't have them in front of me, sir. I wouldn't tell you anything.
Yeah.
that
I mean, and I say that,
It's
Mr.
various
Chairman.
crimes, right? It's various crimes, and they are here
Enough that the
illegally.
state has charged.
And Commissioner Stolberg, I respect that. Various crimes, but not necessarily serious crimes. I mean, quite frankly, everyone has done something that could land them with a crime. I mean,
But are these for
I get it. No one
deportation?
wants murderers and rapists and all that, but everybody that's locked up is not a murderer or a rapist.
And they're not welcome in my house. Why would I welcome in our
Let's
country?
please, everyone, let's try
We
to
have zero,
respect it.
as of my last count, now, I've been here for several hours, that I'm aware of, that have only been picked up on an ICE detainer. Zero.
Okay.
That was
And
my
are these folks have a court date, or are they scheduled if ICE sees them to be deported?
They all have a ICE detainer on them when they are adjudicated, whether they go to state prison or do time in the county jail. Upon their completion of their sentence, if they are sentenced, found guilty and adjudicated against them, at that time, they would be turned over to ICE. If ICE doesn't pick them up in 72 hours, they're released.
But they will see a judge first?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's important for me to know
Yeah,
that.
and this ratification of this addendum is part of the due process that I heard many of the people spoke of not getting. This is to ensure due process.
Yeah, I have a problem if they didn't have a judicial process, but you're saying that is in effect?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this almost just stirs up. So I mean, I don't know why we tonight have just probably voted on federal legislation. I mean, was this memorandum of agreement that was sent to us by the federal government? Gee,
We are in an agreement with them. This is they just tweaked some language. That's all it was. And they changed the current.
Commissioner May, I can answer that. So what happened with this, and if you know the story, the sheriff called me. The Florida associations had, throughout the state, in both liberal and conservative counties, endorsed this. There was only 3 counties, we're one of the few, that the sheriff doesn't oversee the jail. And it was an administrative document,
Yes.
basically. So this isn't anything that wouldn't be in line with working with the CIA, the FDOT, the Secret Service, the FBI. My concern is that these people have judicial process. I believe in that firmly. And I don't have a problem supporting this as long as I know that's in effect.
Absolutely.
Okay. Does anyone have any further questions? Commissioner May, do you?
No. I mean, but I'm not naive to believe that justice is equal. I mean, it depends on who you can.
But that's not our job.
No, it's not. But
That's not our job. That's the third branch of government, and I'm not in that.
Mike, hold. Now, if y'all make a comment, it's okay. But if I make a comment,
No, go ahead.
I'm making a comment. It's insignificant. A lot of these things is to create this separation in our local municipalities because it comes down with all these things that excite people and get people in situations where it becomes emotional. And so we have to be sensitive to how other people feel and how other cultures feel. I mean, however we vote, and whenever the law mandates, but we have to be open and sensitive to others. And I can just tell you, there are many people who have been incarcerated and unjustly arrested. There have been people, if they would have had $50 or $100 in their pocket, they would have been released because they would have bonded out. There have been many people who, if they could have communicated properly with legal defense, they wouldn't be in jail today. So, I mean, we got to be sensitive to people. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that 100%. Hassan, can I share your story or no? You don't want me to? I won't say anything. No, I won't.
You shared
But
it now?
I do believe there's unfair sentencing at times. I also know that there's a man in this audience that was unfairly sentenced that President Trump pardoned. There is justice. There's a process. And, we have to look at this through the wider lens and then the myopic view of one case that could be wrong. Those are wrong. And when they are wrong, we have a responsibility to address those. I have not seen anything in Escambia County, to my knowledge, as of yet, that says that we've done anything wrong in Escambia County.
In reality, sir, this is nothing new. I've been in the state of Florida for 20 years in law enforcement in jails. It's the same detainer process we've been doing for the entire time I've been in the state of Florida. This is just a different layer where we now can serve that warrant when it gets sent to us, as opposed to waiting for somebody to show up to do it. It expedites the process of their due process.
All right, thank you. Please, folks. All right, is there any further discussion? All right, if there's not, do we have a motion to move this item?
I motion that we move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second. Please vote. Those opposed? Motion passes 3-2. All right, let's move on to where we at. Now, we have to vote on 119.
Shame on you.
We just have to administratively approve 119, correct? The change?
You've already approved
We
it.
already did that?
You've already
Okay.
approved it.
All right, let's move on to.
So on card 2, there's 60 items on the Budget Finance Consent Agenda. There are no changes. Please hold card 2-58 so that Mr. Lee can make some comments. And we have no other speakers.
Okay, so, do we have a motion to move the balance, folks?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. You said 58 was the one for Cody, is that correct? Is that the only one?
Yeah.
Okay, Cody, please go ahead.
So this, just as a background, this is an expenditure, it's a proposed disbursement to the American Legion Post 33.
Oh, this was mine, yeah.
Yes, and so there's, in the records, there was a check that was written to the American Legion Boys State Incorporated, and that appears to be to sponsor 2 high school students to attend a week-long event at FSU to study state government in Tallahassee. So this was previously approved by the board, and then there was backup that was sent to the clerk's office. We provided that back to the county, and in between the time it was approved and the time it was sent to the clerk's office, the community support policy or fund policy was implemented. And so the clerk sent that back to the county to ask them to review under the community support policy. And so now we're here at the board meeting. So if this is approved by the board, this expenditure of real property taxes, there should be, and the clerk will be looking for, when we do our pre-audit, 3 things. A clearly identified county public purpose versus like a school or a state or a private purpose, and that the public purpose is primary as opposed to like an incidental purpose or a slight county public purpose. And then if the expenditure is paid to a non-governmental entity, there must be sufficient controls to ensure that that public purpose is carried out. And so, like for example, on that third element, and that's just an overview of what we're going to look at. For this expenditure, it doesn't indicate who went. It shows that we're proposing.
So
to
we
pay-
need the kids' names directly in there?
Well, not necessarily kids' names.
So minors' names need to be inside these things?
I didn't say that.
You
So-
said names.
So,
Is this
if I did
changing-
say
I'm
names.
sorry, Cody, is this changing the item on the agenda? I don't understand what we're talking about, buddy.
No, I'm simply saying that this is what the clerk's going to look for when this is brought, or if this is approved by the board. These are the elements that the clerk is going to look
Thanks.
for. And so, Mr. Chairman, if I did say names, I didn't mean to say names. It does say that the Post 33 is going to reach out to 2 schools. It doesn't say who went. It doesn't say that it was from those schools. It doesn't say that it was not from those schools. It appears as though the American Legion, I guess, approves, this is a statewide event,
Yes.
is what it looks like.
And you guys have funded it several years in the past.
And yes, and that's been pointed out on previous expenditures. And so, at some point, we have to right the ship, and that's what we're trying to do. And so, before this is approved by the board, because again, we reached out to the county when we got the packet, and we sent it back to the county, and we said, can you please look at this under the current policy and the pre-audit? We didn't expect it to just show right up on the board agenda, but it did, and that's fine. And so now I'm communicating to the county, this is what we're going to look at if we approve it. We're going to look at these three elements, and for example, it doesn't state that, it says that they are going to reach out to these schools, but it doesn't indicate who went.
These were children that already went. They've already been to Tallahassee. They've done this before. You guys approved it before. They're working with legislatures. If this isn't a public purpose, Cody, what do you want, a pint of blood?
So a public purpose versus a county public purpose, I think, is two different things. Again, this is what we're going to be looking for if it's approved, and so I'm communicating that to the board.
I'll talk to Pam, but I want to tell you something. We've revised the community support things to try to get there. If y'all aren't going to prove anything, just put it on the record so we know which way to go. It's not fair to these agencies that believe that we're going to help them and run them around.
Right.
It's just not right. And this is before you all changed the policy and righted the ship. You did it before. They thought they were going to get funded. You righted the ship and screwed them over. And now we're having the conversation because you didn't right the ship ever before. And I'm all right with righting the ship. I think it's completely unjust to do that to organizations when you did it before. And I'm just frustrated because I've truly tried to work with our county attorney to do what's right for you guys. And it just seems like you always throw up another stop sign.
Understood. And so what I'm saying today is not anything that we haven't already discussed. And so because this is an approval of a discretionary or a community support fund expenditure, I'm communicating to the county, this is what we're going to look for. We're going to look for a clearly identified county public purpose, and that it was carried out, okay? And so that's what we're going to look for if it's approved by the board, because I think it's before the board for approval right now.
We brought it back to you guys because it was approved once. We did the modifications to do that.
Yes.
Now you're saying that you want 3 new things after we did the community support.
I don't think I'm communicating that we want new things.
So, Mike, I've never heard the phrase, what's the difference between a county public purpose and a public purpose? That sounds like a made-up difference.
I don't know. I'm trying to get to where we can do, and I agree, Cody, there's been some things that probably this board shouldn't have appropriated. But when you look across the state, and I've talked to multiple counties like this, we are a complete and utter outlier. We are. Mel, please. So I don't know. Can you answer Commissioner Berry's question? I don't know that answer.
Yeah, so there's.
That's something that's never been communicated before, a public purpose versus a county public purpose. What does that even mean?
Well,
it sounds like a made-up definition.
Oh, no, sir, it's not made up. There's definitely Attorney General opinions that talk about county public purpose versus a state purpose versus a school purpose.
Versus a public purpose. So public purpose versus county public purpose, those are definitive terms. Those haven't been communicated to our county attorney. I just leaned over and asked that. Those two terms, those are new terms. When you said I've communicated all of this before?
No, I think we've discussed the county public purpose. And so, Commissioner Kohler, I'm simply communicating, if the board approves this is what we're going to look for on the back end. And so this is the first time that we've something like this has been before the board after the community support fund policy. We tried to email the county, and we did email the county and ask them to.
To Allison?
No, we sent this back to OMB, okay? And so it's now on the board agenda rather than an email back. And so I'm communicating to the county, this is what we're going to be looking for.
So I think I understand. So Stefan, I think I'm getting a little bit more clarity here. So Stefan, because there were multiple things that weren't paid, It came over to Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall sent them back to some of the director's aides to try to do the clarification. That was the
I
recommendation.
guess, I'm not certain. We sent an email to the county and said, can you please review this before we approve the expenditure? Can you please review it under the new Community Support Fund policy? And we're here now, okay? After that email was sent, we're here now.
Okay.
So I don't know what happened.
Have you reviewed this one, the backup documents, and does it meet the intent that you believe that the clerk would pay off? I guess that's the question, because you're talking fuzzy words here. We have the data. If you don't believe it does, are you saying we got to go back and wordsmith?
No. I've not said that this is or is not approved. Because-
Well, I know it's right here. You can look at it. Can you look at that and see if it meets the intent? You've had it all week.
So right now, this is before the Board of County Commissioners. I think the agenda item is to approve the expenditure. So if the board approves it, we'll look at it. I've pointed out at least one thing. For example, it doesn't say that somebody from this county went. It doesn't say that.
Okay.
And if it's approved, I'm saying these are the three things that we're going to look at.
Dorothy's telling me no, but that's not correct.
Mr. Chairman, since the clerk, stopped the meeting to interject into the item, if we're going to talk about it, can we
No,
talk
I
about it for a
think
minute?
it's,
Okay.
I'd like to get to,
Well-
I know Cody Pam's
Well, I
not
have a-
here, but you wanted to do this, and I think we should have a conversation.
I
I'm
have a
sorry,
question.
Commissioner
So, do you consider teacher recognition at one of our public schools a public purpose? You don't, what's your opinion on that?
So I think public purpose is a fact-intensive scenario. So we could say.
Well, that's the fact. Teacher recognition at one of our public schools, you don't consider that a public purpose?
I really don't want to sit up here and go through hypotheticals like that.
Well, it's not hypothetical.
because I
There's
think
one sitting in your office right now.
I'm not aware of all of the expenditures that are currently pending, and so I'd be happy to take a look at that. If there is one that's pending, is it one that's been approved by the board?
Yes.
I'd be happy to take a look at that and see, but I don't know. Again, we responded back and we said, hey, here's a list. Can you please review this? And now-
Endorsed activities with, the school district is our largest public partner. And endorsed activity by their administration on public ground, public times.
Right.
For public employees.
Right.
And I don't see any, where in the universe is that not a public purpose?
Well, again, if there's some sort of expenditure that's, I don't have that before me, but I'd be happy to take a look. We sent all of the pending Community Support Fund discretionary payment packets that we received back to the county, OMB, and we said, can you please review these? We're here now. It ended up on the board agenda. I don't know if we're going to do that for all of those or if we're going to get some communication back. I've said there's three things that we're going to look at. Commissioner Barry, I'd be happy to take a look at that. Again, I think the analysis is fact intensive. We could say education is a public purpose, but there's an AG opinion that says you can't pay a doctor for education if he's going to come back here on the contingent that he's going to come back here, because that's a private purpose, even though it's education for the person. So I think things are fact intensive.
Some things are pretty simple. Okay. That just seems like it gives you the wiggle room to find a justification to not approve whatever you don't want to approve, or depending on, what commissioners they came from. That's what.
Again, and I'm not making a judgment call on this expenditure. This is before the board. The agenda item says for approval. I'm communicating this is what we're going to be looking at. If you think it's there.
There are forms that, the board adopted these forms, right? We have a form
We
for.
modified the forms based on the
Yeah.
recommendations.
Yeah, we have one for nonprofits, we have one for government, for public partners, right?
Right. And
Okay.
so this one's here, and I'm not sure who filled it out. It's not signed.
All the stuff that's in there's that I could show you right now. It shows the schools, it shows the number, it has a check on
So the
it.
chairman's saying that he
But
filled it out.
But again, Who's?
It's in the back.
That's what Mike's
Open it
saying.
If you have a computer.
I mean, Mike's saying that it's filled out. He's
Okay.
looking at it.
He-
It's right
he's-
here. I mean, it
it's
has the
He's talking
tax
to you.
code, it has the date, it was approved January 9th, they put the check in for 12/27, it has the 2 schools, it has 4, it has all the checks box. I don't know what else I can do, man. I
And so
really
that was
don't.
filled out by you, Commissioner Kohler, is that what?
It's in the back, if you can go look at page 45.
Right, but what I'm saying is the community, the application's unsigned.
Oh, by the,
You're going,
is that true, Dorothy? I don't see that. If that's true, I'll go back to James and ask him, but I'll look at the
I
other
mean,
backup. But I
'cause
think everything's there, but if.
the application is unsigned, and so at the bottom there, it talks about you're subject to, the clerk can ask for records, or I certify that what I filled out is accurate. And so the application, again,
Well, wouldn't a check that's balanced kind of show that they did that? That someone went? I mean, you have a check in there.
we have a check to the Boys State
And the registration fee that was from the American Legion too? I mean, we'll get the signed document, but I really honestly think you're making it complicated, Cody. And I mean, to a point where it's becoming painful. And I'm exhausted by it. I want to get to yes, but anyways, Commissioner May?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know it was going on the agenda, but your office had it, and my office did put it on there. My aide piggybacked to put it, because I didn't know, because I've asked, because I think I probably got 10 or 12 things pending. We have to get, legally, what's the document? What can we do? What can't we do? I mean, I'm told you can't buy hot dogs. You know, for the last 15 years, we bought book bags and supplies for poor children that can't afford it. I don't know what's more of a public purpose. And I don't know when the state legislator allocates money for bikes for people's health and the state does it. I don't know why we can't do that when the state is allocating those dollars. Whatever the rule is, I just want to go by that rule. I mean, come here. I mean, dude, you're talking $500. We've had $500 worth of conversation. It's about $10,000 sitting in here for the last 10 hours. We could have given a lot of children money. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's not good governance and it's not good government. I mean, and so whatever the rule is, we should play by the rules. You're going to say we can't feed children hot dogs, but we just fed people who make $200,000 a year pizzas and Chick-fil-A. I mean, maybe we should have reduced it to McDonald's or Crystal's. I don't know. But we're buying people that work. You're going to tell me that people who are employed and getting paid, we can buy them pizzas and chicken and burgers, but poor children that don't have anything to eat, we can't buy them an Oscar winner hot dog? That's not right. And so, but whatever that policy is, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, I don't know. I didn't even put this on there. If it goes by the rules, we should do it. We should live by the law. If it's not legal, if it's not filled out right, then we shouldn't submit it. But I think that it's bad that every time we bring something here, we're debating it. We're debating $500 that's costing the taxpayers way more money than that. I just want us to get it right. So, I mean, I would say drop it until we can fill it out and get it right. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. So there's jargon and legal terms that we're hearing on both sides. I don't know, and that's why you pay lawyers.
I'm fine with, we've already voted for this once. If they come back, if we vote for it in favor again, and it's all in the, I got a balance check in there, I got a registration form, I got the schools. I got this going over as a public interest to work in Tallahassee. If that is in the public good, well, I guess all the pages at the federal government need to be fired.
But Mike, that's what we should have discussed. What is a common good, as Commissioner Berry just said? What is a common good of thing? I mean, Cody, I would ask that question. What is a common good that we can do? I mean, we just allocated millions to the Children's Trust. I mean, they buy vans and gasoline to take children around. It's the same tax dollars. I mean, we feed people all the time. I mean, you know, we buy water. I mean, it's a public good. We buy employees shoes and jackets. I mean, so define it and say what's clear and what's not. We provide people with cars and transportation. I mean, is that a public good? I don't know. I mean, but every time we've come here and have been put on a pause for people who need it, people who are dependent on it. I mean, you mean it's not a common good for a child that needed a uniform on Washington High team, or to provide them with money for a rental van to take kids to the Florida State camp? I mean, I would argue that it's a public good, but they're being denied.
Yeah,
and I'm not putting it back on the agenda to give people anticipation that they're going to get something or not. I just think it's bad. I think until we get it right, we shouldn't put it on the agenda. That's all I'm saying. But, and I do think we had it right, but I mean, if it's not right, why are we putting it on the agenda?
I actually thought we had it right. I guess that's why I put it on the agenda.
No, I'm not in any way being negative. Like, I get it. It's a smaller, we got $1 billion budget almost, and we're arguing over $400 or $500. That's senseless. I mean, we all make more than that now. It's ridiculous.
I do have a request, and I agree, it's really muddy and it's really confusing, and it is only $500. But is there a way you guys can look at maybe all of the requests that went through last year and send us a yes/no list? That way we have a little bit of a guideline. I mean, what guidance can you give to us?
Well, that's kind of the dialogue we were hoping
Okay.
to get from, by sending the list back to County OMB, that they would, review it, and then we would get some dialogue. But we're now at the board meeting, and so this is the dialogue. And I communicated, this is what we're going to be looking for, okay? I could have been silent, and
No, I
then...
appreciate
Who'd you communicate that with,
and
Cody?
then-
No, Cody, I'm cool with.
Who was that communicated to, Cody?
I'm
With the-
sorry?
Commissioner May, they sent that to Stephen Hall, OMB. I personally don't see how that's Stephen Hall's mission to decide what's a public purpose and what's not. It really, I'm just being honest with you. I don't think that's his mission.
I don't even think Stephen should be talking to him. Lawyers talk to lawyers.
Well,
I'm not going to swap spit with lawyers. I mean, that's why we have a legal department.
But I think, I'm going to ask the board to vote for this.
Lawyers get paid to do that.
I'm going to ask the board to vote for this, and if they don't, it's fine, but.
Mike, I don't mind supporting it, but I'm saying we're having legal, he's not going to pass it.
Well, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said there was intent. If it comes back and he says, I need a signature, I mean, I dealt with this with Visit Pensacola, with them, and we sat down, and there were some things that needed. But if it's an administrative one thing that we need to do, Cody, you should help us to get it through. That's our job. That's your job to work with us. Our job's to get it right.
I totally agree, and we communicated via email regarding these.
But you didn't even know that there was you said the stuff wasn't in there on there, and there is some of the stuff that you didn't know is in this backup file. You can look it up right now.
Well, I reviewed everything, and I certainly make mistakes. I absolutely make mistakes. Make them all day.
For a
Probably
lawyer,
made-
that's impressive.
Probably made 10 today. So may have, missed it, but, the application's not signed. That's not
okay,
there.
I get
Okay,
that.
so,
But what I'm saying is, if we already voted for it, went over the 6 months, these people have already paid their money, you voted for it before.
They have.
And you say, okay, I have one thing, you forgot to cross the T. We have a balance check. Every single thing, we're gonna go through this.
and Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, we do that all the time. There's communication back and forth via email. Again, we receive these packets. We communicated back to the county via email. We are now here at a board meeting because it got placed on the board agenda.
Sure.
I am now communicating with the county because it got placed on the board agenda. We may have had some of these discussions amongst staff to work these things out. And if an application comes out and it's not signed, I don't think we need to have a board discussion on that. That's, hey, we need this application signed.
I've done that with travel, and your
again-
staff have come back, and we haven't had this kind of discussion, that's why.
Again, but we emailed the county, and now it's on the board agenda. That's the path it took. And so we're here now talking about it.
And, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, Mr. Hall did forward that to the individual district offices and the aides to complete the form, the new application form, all the documentation to go with the form, and I believe that's what happened in this case, and I believe that's how it wound up on the agenda.
Yeah, and Cody, this was a trial run, trying to get what's right. I guess if I show my frustration, it's because I literally have worked with legal to try to meet the first set of hurdles. Then
Yes.
you guys met with OMB, and you come back, and we try to meet the second set of hurdles. Now, maybe we missed a few things on this, and you may have missed some, I may have missed one, but at some point, we got to work together on these things.
Right, and we didn't, again, we can have these discussions with staff, and we have them all the time. When packets come down to our disbursements office, we will send things back to the county. That happens frequently, and ask for more information, ask for them to review it again, and it doesn't usually get put on the board agenda, but it did this time, and so now we're having the discussion.
So what's your recommendation? The board vote for it or not? I mean, if
can't
it goes
make
up
that
or down.
recommendation
I'm not
for
saying,
the
what-
board.
I mean, because then it would be back in your court, and you could say, hey, there wasn't a signature, Commissioner, can you get, someone to
You know,
sign it, and then we'll approve it?
I think for these discretionary items, these community support fund items, which are, they're all not core county functions. A lot of the things that the county expends, I can go down the list of county powers, right? Parks, fire, and it matches. You can find it.
A lot of
like-
it's very
really-
subjective.
And so we're off what I believe, we're off into a rather gray area with this community support discretionary fund policy. And I've communicated that before in the memo. And so it is gray. I do not disagree.
So when it's
I
great,
think
should we
tried
set
to-
up a board with you guys to look at these? Like, that's not uncommon.
I'm sorry?
If it's so gray, then why shouldn't we set up some sort of governing body between the county and you to see that what's approved and what shouldn't be? That seemed like that'd be a good way to go.
I really don't think that's
We gotta live
necessary.
by the ordinance. I mean, if it's great, man. When I was a kid, Willie Jr. was buying toys and having it at the Civic Center with commissioners. I mean, after 30 years, it's now gray. I mean, that's just the confusing part to me, man. I mean, Mike, I can support you with it. I just, I probably
Here's
wouldn't.
what I would ask, Cody. You didn't answer my question. Do you think it'd be valuable for us to vote on this, if it goes up or down, and let you guys see how you want to handle it, since we did it through the community support? And I hope your answer is yes, but but you tell me.
Please ask.
Or Mike, make sure we got it the right way in the future.
Please, can you ask that again?
I said, we've tried to do everything. I think you have one small administrative error, which, that I will go back, I believe, but.
And again, what I started with, and if I can just repeat that again. What
Okay, I think I wrote it down, but go ahead.
I didn't say it wasn't signed, it wasn't this, I didn't go through all that. I said, we're here, this is what we're going to look at when this comes down, if it's approved by the board.
Cody, as it's presented to you right now, will you pay it? I mean, would you approve it legally, as it's written now?
I don't want to make a determination before the board to approve right now.
Well, we've already approved it. We're back
Okay,
doing
well, I don't know why
administrative stuff.
I don't know why it got put back on the board agenda.
Because
then, I
it's like,
guess.
we have several of these in the county with multiple commissioners, and we were told to come up with a process. We did that. This one has already been spent. All I'm saying is, I'd like to try it and see if she'll, yeah, okay.
I mean, whatever, man.
Yeah.
It's $500, man.
Hey, man,
why don't we just all give them $100 and get and donate it?
Well,
I mean, it'll
but
be fine.
the discussion's important, because we're either going to have community support funds or we're not.
Right.
And I mean that. If we're not going to have them, I need you to come back and say we're never going to support them, so the board knows what to do.
I think we're gonna scrutinize them. I mean, I do. We do
Man, I
that
hope you,
with
are
a
we
lot
going to
of.
scrutinize your budget like you do these funds?
I think
You
we
know I'm
have.
kidding, Cody.
I think we have to. Okay. And Commissioner May, good point. Maybe this is a personal donation. I mean, maybe some of these things are. It's not that I disagree with American Legion. It's not that I disagree with this. I think this is a great program. You talked about the law. You've talked about mosquitoes. You made the joke about the mosquitoes.
I get it.
This is a 500. This is a mosquito, but it's also, I'm communicating. This is what we're going to look at when it comes down.
I have no problem with that.
Mike, I mean, and scrutinizing it, I mean, I guess, I don't know if that's, right word. I mean, we've been scrutinized for a long time now. It's a question, is it legal or is it not legal?
Well, Allison had her light
And I
on.
mean, that's just, there's nothing new under the sun. I mean, we're not doing something, it's 67 counties, there's an attorney general, there are law departments everywhere. Is it the president, is it legal? And if it is, then we should be passing forward and getting approved. If it's not legal, we should discard it. We should just be doing what's right, and we have to have a legal opinion. No matter what our opinion is, does not matter, Mike.
Look,
it
I
matters
am
what the
trying
legal
to do
opinion
that. I don't know, I'm
No,
exhausted.
you are. You're doing great. Oh, I'm exhausted too. I mean,
Madam
trust me.
Attorney, you had your light on. Do you have a comment?
Well, just that respectfully, you guys, it does matter what your opinion is. It does matter. You're the legislative body, the five of you. Most of these things
Well, our
are.
opinion has been that we wanted to get it approved, and they ain't got approved, and then
I
people didn't got paid.
understand.
So, to me, my opinion doesn't
But
matter.
that's not because it's not legal. You guys are the ones who are supposed to decide what serves a public purpose. And you have very broad discretion to make that legislative finding. You all are the legislative body, and when somebody else is trying to make that decision, then you've got a separation of powers problem that's happening. If there are administrative flaws, if there's a real obvious problem, that's one thing. We have worked beyond the pale to remedy all of that. We have a fantastic policy, in my opinion. We have forms. There has been great effort for collaboration and cooperation.
Yeah, that's true. We
There's-
do have a good policy. I mean, we work together on the policy.
What serves a public purpose is not the council to the clerk's decision to make. It's not.
It is the clerk's decision, though. And-
Not
and
what
I'm-
serves a, no.
I'm here-
What
I'm
serves
here-
a public purpose is
One at a
not
time,
her
please.
decision.
So sorry.
That's a legislative decision.
And I would respectfully disagree, and no, the counsel for the clerk does not make that decision, but the clerk's office does. And so the clerk's does, and I'm here for the clerk. The clerk's not here. I'm here for the clerk, and I'm communicating for the clerk's office.
Well, I
Well, Mike,
appreciate
I'm
it, Cody,
taking-
but I think we worked very hard to do this community support funds, and I think I'm expressing my utter frustration. And if you waste my time to do work with legal, you're going to irritate me. And I'm irritated. If you're not going to pay community support funds, have the courage to say it. And I'm going to tell you, I'm tired of having this conversation. If we don't want to do it, and every other county can do it, just say we're not going to do it. But don't waste my time anymore working with legal in your office to play games. It's not right. My time's valuable just like yours. And I'm trying to do what's right here.
Okay. I don't make the ultimate decision that we're going to not pay all the community support funds, but I will communicate your message.
I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it was a healthy discussion. I would ask if I could get a motion to push this forward and see what the clerk's response is if no one wants to.
Make the motion, Mike.
Second.
There you go. Let's go. I mean,
did
Ray
you-
Charles can see it ain't getting paid.
All right,
the
there's a
man can hear
motion
it ain't
and
getting
second.
paid.
Please
So,
vote.
but let's just make the motion. Yeah, I mean,
Motion passes 5-0. And thank you, Cody. I know you took, you could
It's
tell
fine.
I'm frustrated with this.
I've been there many times before.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to confirm that the motion was from Commissioner May and seconded by Commissioner Barry.
at this point, yes, anything to go home.
Thank you.
Cody, you're the best. All right, we're up for car discussion. Where we at? 3.
Car 3-1, concerning the acquisition of real property for the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. This will take a supermajority vote.
Mr.
Do we have
Chairman,
a motion?
you don't have any speakers on item 1?
No, not on one.
All right, I move item 1A through D.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. We do have a speaker on car 3-2. It's Skip Butler. Is Skip Butler still here? Okay, Skip, come on up. I appreciate you staying with us tonight. We kind of knew we were going to have a long agenda, so I appreciate you hanging out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I even address this agenda item, if I could, hopefully ask for a little latitude, a little grace, maybe even with the clock, I'd like to just take a moment and piggyback on the condolences that Commissioner Barry and Commissioner May made earlier tonight, in that we lost another great Pensacolian. This morning we had a funeral for my close friend and former teammate Hoskin Powell, who was a big leaguer that represented Pensacola extremely well. And in fact, we have a county facility that bears his name in Lewis Powell Park, Lewis being the late Johnny Joe Lewis, who also was a great ambassador in the big leagues for Pensacola. So just wanted to honor Hoskin and say we're praying for his family. So thank you for that latitude. As far as this,
Mr. Chairman, Skip, and we'll give you time if I had to yell it. Thank you. Hoskin Powell and I grew up together with him. High
I'm
school.
sorry?
Hoskin Powell and I grew up together, played a lot of baseball, Lewis and Powell and Wedgwood, and we're going to work to get that field. Thank you, Skip, and I appreciate it.
B was my best friend in high school.
Yeah.
I used to pick him up every morning, take him to school, and take him home after practice every day. He stayed at my house. We were like
Willie Powell
me
coached
and
me.
Ya, Willie.
Willie
and-
coached
and
me at
Napoleon.
Catholic.
They
So,
were
yeah.
family to me. They were
Yeah.
family at my house. Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
So, and thank you for what you're doing for young people, Skip. I know you've helped family and friends with all of the drug rehabilitation you've done. I appreciate it.
I appreciate. I know it's late. We're trying to get out of here. As far as this item here, I'm here on behalf of and representing my sister Darlene Butler, who is the owner of record for the subject property. She's in the chambers tonight. The request is quite simply to approve staff recommendation as itemized in item 2 under A. Quickly, the county a number of years ago purchased 4.5 acres that is adjacent to and was split off of this subject property. There was no desire to sell, but the county said they had to have it for a stormwater pond. So stormwater pond was constructed, and quite honestly, it's been a nightmare ever since. The pond has filled up, overflowed numerous times. My sister's house that's right next to it has been flooded and gutted more than once. Not a lot of need to rehash the past, hopefully. I think hopefully we move on. The request is, now where we are, you've got 3 appraisals. 2 of those appraisals were done by 2 of the most reputable and well-respected appraisers in Northwest Florida. Between the 2 of them, they have over 50 years, well over 50 years experience. Those 2 appraisals almost mirror each other. There's a mere $2,500 difference in those 2 appraisals. Then you got another appraisal that's totally off the wall from a different hemisphere. Totally. I've been in the real estate business a little over 47 years in Escambia County, and I would relish the thought and the opportunity to both take issue and refute line item by line item that appraisal. Now's not the time. Hopefully there won't ever be a need for a time. But the request is to approve staff recommendation as item 2 under A, which also would include B, C, and D as a recommendation from staff is there. If you as a board concur, I don't need to expound anymore. But
I think that's when I talked to Wes and Allison, that was our recommendation was 2, correct, Allison? This is the one we talked about. Commissioner Ray, you have a comment?
Yeah, that's okay. I talked to Stacy about it some when there was quite a bit of disparity between the 2 county appraisals, and Stacy didn't have an issue with. I don't remember her even telling me, but whoever Skip and Darlene had do their appraisal, we didn't seem to have an issue with whoever they had used. It's somebody the county had used previously for projects, so. I don't have an issue incorporating the private, the paid-for appraisal by the owner. And I'm assuming there's no more speakers, Mike?
He's the only one.
Okay, so I'd move the item A through D with A. Under A, the option 2 is fine. I believe that there's sound. I believe there's rational. A decent narrative for that. So A through D, with A being the second option.
No second. Okay, please vote. Motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner Mathodice. Thank you, Skip. Have a good night. Okay, we're at number 3. This is the recommendation. Wes, do you want, I mean, this is a good story, I think.
Yeah, this is Pleasant Grove. I think you need to make,
Well, this is for the property that Waste Management has next to Pleasant Grove Firehouse. Debbie, I had already commended her the great work she did with Waste Management. I think I need to make a motion to direct staff to move forward with that, if that's correct, Debbie, with number 3. Is that all you need? Just give me a thumbs up. Okay. I'll make the motion to do 3-3.
Whoa.
I normally don't, but I will on this
No,
one
you-
since it's in District 2.
The chairman should probably pass the gavel if you're going to make the motion.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. Can you tell? Yeah, sorry about that. Hold that gavel. I'll make a minute. Yeah, I know, man. Jeez, Waffle House will be next. I'm going to make a recommendation for the acquisition of the real property at 936 Gulf Beach Highway and direct the staff to move forward to work with Waste Management. Do I have a second?
I'll second it for further discussion.
Okay, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Yes, and thank
I was seconding it for further discussion, Mr. Chairman. I said I second it for further discussion, and you ignored me. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's getting late, you know. I mean, I just don't. No, it's over now. It's voted on. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Please don't all of you go to the same Waffle House.
Hey, once we go past 8 o'clock, hey, listen, once we get past 8 o'clock, it don't really matter to me when we get to Waffle House. No, I'm just not in a hurry anymore. I mean, yeah.
Okay, board, there are 7 items on tonight's county attorney's report. The first item you've already voted on. The second item regarding the superintendent of schools, I am dropping.
Good.
Items 3 through 7 remain. I can answer any questions.
We have 4 speakers on Cat 1-4. The rest is, there's no other speakers, correct, Jose?
Move the balance.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Kevin Wade, you're the first one on Cat 1-4. And this has to do with the county administrator's agreement. You said there's 4, I only got 2. Oh, gotcha.
We'll pass it, all right?
I was planning on waving in support for this, but you've been a great county administrator, and we need to keep you. Sorry, Carla, but this place needs you. It's strong, quiet. Thank you. I was so happy that you were happy to step up and take over as administrator, and the decades and decades of experience you brought. Just amazing. Thank you, sir. And 4 more years. 4 more years.
That's not how the contract's written, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right, Melissa Pino, you're up.
Thank you. Like Kevin, I really was going to wave in support, but you can blame Cody Lee for us getting back up, because not only are we slap happy and ready for another 5 hours now,
Me too, I love it.
I mean, this is like, honestly, though, this is nothing, you know, this is a long meeting for now, but heck, you know, when Grover and Doug were on the dais, we'd be here until 11:30. And I know it went a lot longer than that in times past. In all seriousness, I just want to say, like, who would want to do this job right now? Look at what just happened. I mean, this place is nuts. Not because of the commissioners, but because of the clerk. And it's just a joke. And it's so hard on staff. I mean, my God, if they didn't want to keep you, how would we ever even get anybody to apply for Escambia County with what is going on with this craziness? And Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, I know you're just making your money. You sure made it tonight, but Wes, thank you. You are such a calming influence, and of course, I only knew 2 county administrators before you. I didn't think a whole lot of them by the end. Some people do say that maybe you should channel a little bit of Stewart these days and start becoming a little bit more forceful and, like, you know, swashbuckling around just a touch. But thank you for being willing. And yes, I'm sorry, Carla.
All right,
Thank
that's
you,
all
ma'am.
our speakers. I just would like to make a quick comment on that, since I worked with it. You know, it's not the same agreement. It's a 1-year agreement. I think the board read the contract. There were some minor changes as far as representation if Wes was out. But overall, I think, Wes, you were happy with all the stuff in the contract. And I don't know if there's any questions by fellow board members on it. If not, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, there's a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. Wes, would you like to say anything to the board?
Mr.
You only
Chairman,
have 2 hours.
I want to thank the board for their support. You certainly can't be successful in this job without the support of the board. I think we've done some fantastic things in 4 years. We've come a long ways. Certainly thank the staff. You can't be successful without good staff and those that are around you that support you. So thank y'all and thank the staff, and I thank the citizens for being engaged. We have long nights sometimes, but you know, you need that citizen engagement to
Yeah.
really be successful, so I
Good job.
appreciate that.
All right, it's almost said, guys and gals. We're at the end. I don't have any further comments unless Commissioner May, you have your light on, you don't want to end?
No, I'm good.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.